Have you seen Seven Samurai? I have not. But I'm not hate parasocial shit, yet interacts parasocial shit. What did he expect? Lamau. Exactly. Exactly. Like, I don't even have that big of a beef with Bad Empanada. Right? But like, you can't be mad that like people don't like you if you're just like getting you can't okay. You can't roll around and shit and then be mad that you stink. You know what I mean? That's my take. Right? And that's what Bad Empanada does. For some reason. Like he gets in, he rolls around and shit, and then he's like, you know, why does everybody say that I stink? How dare you? How dare you? You know what I mean? Like it's so dumb, right? But he's grown a fan base of people who treat him like some people treat Hasan, right? That he can do no wrong, that he cannot be criticized, right? And the very act of criticizing him is sacrilegious and is like antithetical to being a leftist. You can't be a leftist and criticize Bad Empanada. You know what I mean? It's just, you know, is what it is. I still think, and I agree with Hasan that like it's not productive to like spend so much time on Bad Empanada when like AB is co-signing his boss's genocide essentially, or genocide like apologia, right? Or Ethan Klein is doing Hasbro. You feel me? But yeah, him and Hasan's Discord was making me so hard. So I know I was 1,000% right on Bad Empanada fans being Hasan fans who are just horny to hate Hasan a little bit. Yeah, Bad Empanada is American, so American, so he's coming from a perspective that isn't necessarily from the global West. I mean, it's not even his perspective that like I'm criticizing. It's his attitude. You feel me? It's his because like you can be like you can hold the position that Bad Empanada holds and be very strict and hard on like anybody in the West and like not give any credibility, and I don't really care, right? But again, it's just the whole I'm above this whole drama slap thing while engaging in the drama slap thing. Like, nah, you're in the mud with us. Like, you can't be mad that people, engage in parasocialism when you are also feeding into that as well. You know what I mean? But we'll get to that because he made this tweet, and there's a whole discourse here. I haven't seen anyone comment allegation against Austin show yet. Can I get your take? I saw this. I didn't see the video, so I don't know what Simon was referring to. Oh, it's about Steve Miller. Okay. To be fair, I can see what he's talking about. Because I haven't really seen Bad Empanada do anything bad, but play a video game. Bad Empanada is insane. He's very black and white in some respects. I mean, he called me and like Frogan and Denims and Matt Lee or whatever Zionist for being in the Ethan Klein the content cop video. Um, um, calling AB a house slave was out of line in my opinion. I think he's not necessarily aggro, but I don't think he's ill researched with his viewpoint. I don't know if anybody was making that claim, so I don't disagree with you.
Well, first of all, I had the pleasure of getting to be at the meeting today
I still think
between
what
the
happened
President of the United States
love how patient and honest, but
and
sometimes it's cathartic to see someone be so apologetic and go scorch earth, and you can enjoy that, and you can like that, right? Doesn't mean it's not like it doesn't mean it's the most productive thing in the world. It's also not the end all be all of leftism. Fernando is absolutely incredible politics. He's well read, understands theory deeply. His interpersonal skills leave something to be desired, and his drama content reflects that. Bad is like Vegeta, and Hasan is like Goku. The left needs more someone as unhinged as Bad to be an attack dog. I think he's a big theory guy. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's. I think history is more a more apt word than like theory in general, because theory is about applying, you know, set historical context to the current time, contemporary society, and I don't know if Bad does that to the extent that people claim, but he is very well read on history, especially like historical Zionism and the inception of Israel and things of that nature. But again, I think that at that point we're just litigating different things. Theory doesn't meet practice, you'd say. I mean, I don't think it necessarily matters. I think what he does is fine. It's good, right? In that, like, he knows enough to combat the things that people are saying, but like, you know, and I try to say he's like knowledgeable, right? But like his not even black and white perspective, right? Because I have a sort of black and white perspective as well. We just draw different lines, right? And it's not even like if Bad existed in a vacuum, or if Bad existed in the capacity that he had like a year ago, I don't think it would have been like necessarily a problem. I wouldn't talk about it at all. But the fan base that's grown around Bad is toxic. The house slave line was out of line because it's absurd to degrade people forced into slavery for the forced labor they had to endure, regardless of severity. I don't think he was too mean to AB, if that makes sense. No, I completely agree with you, Cheddar. Like, I completely agree with you. You feel me? In that, like, I think AB deserves critique and criticism. In that, like, it's just, I don't think it's a comment that like Bad Empanada has like the past to make, if you will. You know what I mean? Like, criticism of Candace Owens, this is what I was saying yesterday. Criticism of Candace Owens is 100% justified. You can criticize Candace Owens for being a white supremacist, right? For being a white supremacist. But like, as somebody who is not a part of that identity group, you know, calling Candace Owens like the C word or whatever, or like a race traitor, is not something that I would accept from a non-black person. You know what I mean? Like, there are well critiqued criticism you can make about a person that's not identity focused, especially if you're not a part of that identity group. Like, if somebody is Lebanese and they want to criticize AB in that way, I'm not going to sit here and be like, they can't do that. You feel me? Because I'm not a part of that identity group either. Right? But it feels like he's going for low blows because he feels like that's what sticks. Right? And I feel like we could do better than doing that. You know what I mean? But I'm not defending AB. Like, AB is 100% worthy of criticism. Think of excusing Bad Empanada is edgy, and that's okay. He's made a lot of borderline anti-black comparisons with making analogies to slaves and such, but somehow people think it's okay. He's done that this several times. I mean, again, I think the chatter was correct in that like people just want meaner Hasan, right? People want meaner Hasan because Hasan is very charitable. They search for that antagonism elsewhere. They want Hasan to say what they think, but Hasan won't say what they think because, if we're being real, it's not the most productive thing in the world, right? And they go searching for people who will say what they think, even if what they think is not always the most politically correct. If we're being real, you know. That's why there's a growing number of chatters who like will go into Hasan's chat and say, "Oh no, you don't understand what Bad Empanada said. Don't listen to the words he said here. Listen to what I think he said." Or it'll be like, Bad Empanada is not the enemy. right? People treat Ben Empanada like they treated Ethan in the past, right? That any criticism of that person, that entity, is inherently invalid because they're on the right side, right? And this is something that I think all too often leftists do for anybody. They do it for they did it for Ethan, they do it for Ben Empanada, and they do it for Hasan too, right? It's, oh, don't criticize insert person here because they're on the correct side of the issue or they're on the right side of the issue, right? But like, no, I think everybody's worthy of criticism, right? Which is why I don't even get, like, I'm not even bringing up like Ben Empanada calling me like a Zionist as like a point of like why he's bad or whatever. Like if he thinks that I'm a Zionist, I don't care really, but he can have that take, right? Because I also don't think that I'm above criticism, right? I also don't think that I'm like exempt or absolved from this, right? You are allowed to critique me in the same way that you are allowed to critique Hasan, in the same way that you are allowed to critique Ben Empanada. You don't have to attach your identity so closely to a media personality or a figure. It's hard to see where he's basing that take. We can take a look at it. I have no problem with taking a look at it, because I think that this is an important conversation for people to hear, right? That you can like and enjoy Ben Empanada's content, but he's not infallible. He doesn't do things that are always, the most productive for like the wider left. You know what I mean? It's always been said, ooh, that Ben Empanada was the rabid dog of the left, even in hardcore communist spaces. I mean, yeah, he got banned off of Twitter before this whole Ethan Klein stuff even started. Like, Stick is the healthiest take on Ben Empanada, in that we all have disagreements with him. Ex-US military veterans, or ex-US military veterans. But how's this Mike's take? This is just what I've said. Comparing Ethan to Ben Empanada is wild, but it's true. It's the same. And again, I'm not comparing Ethan to Ben Empanada. I'm comparing the response to Ethan when he was seen as progressive to the response to Ben Empanada now. In the same way, I also compared him to Hasan, and I don't think I was off base on that. Right, the way that the audience interacts with, right, content creators in all respects is not unique to Ben Empanada and Ethan, right? Leads them to feel like they need to defend the honor of their content creator until death, right? There can be no critique of a left-wing content creator because, oh, they're on our side, so there's no reason we should critique them. And that's true. Like, Ben Empanada is not exempt from criticism, but people oftentimes would be like, oh, Ben Empanada is not your enemy. Like, literally using the same lines they used against Ethan, like when leftovers were going on. Hasan showed the compilation. He said, Ben Empanada is not your enemy. I'm not sorry. He said, Ethan is not your enemy. Ethan is not your enemy. Ethan is not your enemy. Right? And so we didn't engage with any critique or criticism of Ethan basically for like a year. What people are saying now, right? Chat, leave Ben Empanada alone. Ben Empanada is not your enemy. Ben Empanada is good for the left, because they feel the need to associate and tie their own identity with the content creators that they watch. They feel as though a critique of Ben Empanada is a critique of them. And it's not. You can like and engage with Ben Empanada's content, right, while disagreeing with critique of Ben Empanada, right, without feeling the need to like defend everything that they do unilaterally. I think it's less personal than that. People just want a leftist attack dog. I mean, that's the same conversation though. Like, they want their own words essentially to be reinforced by the content that they watch. Right? It's not that they want a leftist attack dog. They want a leftist content creator who is an attack dog. And that's where the parasocial aspect comes in. Because you can be and believe everything that Bad Empanada believes, right? And that's totally fine. No one's gonna call you a leftist attack dog, right? But they want their content creators to reinforce that notion to them. And that's where it's parasocial, right? That's where they start attaching their identity to the creators that they watch, right? Some people do it for Hasan, right? Some people did it for Ethan when Ethan was like quote unquote progressive. And some people are doing it for Bad Empanada now. Necessarily a critique of us or his fans, but necessarily how he fits into the space. We can't be afraid to have potential traders within our space. What do you mean? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm not saying that Bad Empanada is a potential trader. I'm just saying that he's not exempt for critique. I'm not insinuating that he's not on the left. I'm saying that he's not exempt from critique. And a lot of people try to act like he is exempt from critique. Like it's entirely valid to critique Bad Empanada's strategy if you don't think that it's effective. The same way that I think it's valid to critique Hasan's strategy if you don't think it's effective. The same way I think it's valid to critique my strategy if you don't think it's effective. Bad Empanada is not uniquely different, right? Because he's meaner, right? His strategy is not inherently more valid because he's meaner. You may align with it more, and that's totally fine, right? But that does not make critique of his strategy inherently invalid. I think this is a pretty level-headed take. You know what I mean? Criticize Kamala. Why would she, criticize Kamala? Would she be better than Trump? Probably. We should be able to evaluate what is actually successful. Yeah. He's the type who is constantly restating he's the only right way to do things, and people don't think critically to how that's hyperbole. Yeah. I don't want to read this chatter, what the chatter said about AB though. I'm curious. As an Arab, I feel incredibly relieved seeing Bad Empanada's video on AB. It's been infuriating to watch him use his Arabness as a shield to promote racism and Zionism against us. He creates actual harm for us, and that's fine, right? You can believe that, right? That doesn't mean that it's not harmful. Like if a white person made a video calling, like, you know, again, Candace Owens the C word, right, or Uncle Ruckus, and a black person is like, yeah, I'm so glad that white people are finally speaking out about Candace Owens. That doesn't mean it's not a harmful thing to do. You feel me? There are critiques you can make that are not based in calling somebody a race traitor, especially if you're not of that background. You feel me? Especially when you start using like terms like house slave. Right? Because even in that way, it's almost reducing like the historical meaning of the term house slave down to like a choice. Because AB choosing to work with Ethan Klein is an active choice that he is making. Right? House slaves didn't have a choice. That's not a choice that was made. And so it's not even an accurate comparison. Right? People just like the insinuation that AB is a race traitor. Right? You know what I mean? I didn't see his latest video. We just started talking about this. So I'll take a look at his latest video. Uncle TV more fitting. I mean, I don't think so. Like, again, I don't think it's your place to like call AB and Uncle Tom. I just don't. Right? And if Bad Empanada is as well read as people claim that he is, then he shouldn't need to go there to make his point. Legitimately. He shouldn't need to, because like this is my problem with like, not even claiming bad about this, but like this is my problem with people who are like, so like, RevCon but anti-identity politics. But then they will use or utilize identity politics to make their overarching points. Like again, AB has done enough bad shit that like you can criticize him on the merits of the shit that he does without attacking him based upon his identity, especially if you're not a part of that identity group. Again, I keep bringing this up. I don't think white people should be attacking Candace Owens by proxy of her identity, calling her a race traitor and such. Even if I were to believe that that's true, leave that critique for the black people. You're overstepping your line as an ally to this community by making wide sweeping claims about this person's identity. You don't get to revoke somebody's black card because they're doing white supremacy. We do that shit. Let our community handle that. And that's my take. That's my take. I'm not saying he's incorrect for calling out AB, right? I also don't think it's necessarily incorrect to call out that it's ironic, right? That someone who's Arab is not even just Arab, but like Lebanese, is placating his boss's Zionism, right? Like that's a fine thing to call out. But when you get into personal identity-based attacks, I don't think that's, I feel like we can do better, especially for, again, as everybody always claims, Barada's so well read, which I don't even disagree with. But if that's the case, attack him based on the merits of why he's incorrect instead of going to identity-based attacks. I think it makes more sense to be like, it's crazy to me that you can have this background but have this opinion versus borderline slurs. Yeah, I agree, 100%. And somebody send a link to the Bad Empanada video. What Candace Owens means the same thing as a race traitor? I don't think that's the case. I think the issue with Bad Empanada is that he's being an asshole about being right in retorts to insults, like you said, instead of focusing on what he's right on. And again, that's fair. And that's fine. That's fine. And you can do that. But like, again, I don't think it's like you're like exempt from criticism. You feel me?
Enabling this
I think a fundamental problem with Bad Empanada is Bad Empanada has levels, his main YouTube and his live stream versus his random tweets. When you go deeper, he gets more unhinged. Recent growth means more eyes on deeper stuff. The issue I have with Bad Empanada in some of his more militantly supporters is being right doesn't means nothing and no one listens to you. The idea that it's stupid and dumb to care about people is it's stupid and dumb to care about people that are wrong. Is we live in a world where the whole point of being right is conveying to other people and changing something. So if presidential hampers the goal, your speech is less than worthless to me, honestly. I think that's fair as well. I would say she's so much a race traitor. It's better to say she's anti-black or supports white supremacy. Oh, isn't so much. And why aren't we calling out the rest of the crew? Why just AB? To be fair, I think chat had made a decent point on that yesterday, and that is AP has made himself a focal point. I do think Dan is worse than AB. I think Dan not getting heat to the same extent is a bit interesting. To be fair, Dan getting the most shit. No, I think AB's definitely been the target directly more than Dan has. Right? At least from like the people who are like, criticizing AB. I think because Dan doesn't create content outside the pod. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You know what I mean? He's like he has content and he puts out content outside of. Also, he's vocal, in that like he'll like clap back at people who are criticizing him, or he'll like bait pro-Palestinian people in with a stream title or something. Like he'll just do stupid shit like that. You know what I mean? So like that's why like Dan, that's why AB attracts more attention than you know what I mean, than the rest of them. I think AB is double standard. You can't say free Palestine and then cozy up to Ethan. But Dan has also said free Palestine though. You know what I mean? What I mean by AB is tweeting about Palestine, talking on his streams about Palestine, meanwhile defending his racist boss. People definitely focus on him because he's racist though. Dan just gets away with taking no stance on anything and prettifying Ethan's insane statements. No, even then, like Dan does make statements and he does make claims. He's definitely walked the line more nowadays. But like I do think that it's partially because, or even mostly because, like AB is just not afraid to like clap back when somebody talks about him, which then attracts more attention because he clapped back, right? Which then more people respond to him, which then he claps back again, and it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy of just he talks about it, more people talk about that. He talked about the people talking about that, and then more people talk about that, and it's just a whole thing. Dan is a MAGA communist. My honest opinion at this point, talking deeply about the crew is more parasocial than helping the cause. I agree. Not even at this point. I've had this take from the beginning. Right? It's about a venting of frustrations as opposed to like, really doing anything productive. And that's fine. I don't care to be like, you can't attack the crew or whatever. Do what you want to do. Right? Do what you want to do. But it does come from a place of like venting anger and the crew being more accessible than Ethan is. Ethan is insulated by his money. Ethan has built a moat of dollars around him where you cannot get to him. He's off of Twitter. He only posts things on his Instagram story. He only looks at his very curated Reddit. Right? Only looks at his very curated Reddit. You cannot get to Ethan. And so if you want to actually start affecting people directly, you gotta go through his his soldiers, the 6 ex-boyfriends, if you will, like from that, you know what I'm talking about. And you go to the people that are more Scott Pilgrim, thank you. You go to the people that are more accessible. That's I was 7. I don't know. I haven't seen Scott Pilgrim in freaking years. And that's like the crew. It's easier to just get at the crew, and because AB is more like is a online personality more than like the rest of the crew is, then you
was about to go
Zombie
get
Mozart
that
gifted a
Eddie.
tier 1 sub to
he's an easy avenue of attack.
_sons 3T. They have
Raise
given
it
3
before
gift
you
subs
fight
in
the
the
Demon King.
channel.
Exactly. What does this tweet even say? Okay. Some American fans are literally the most pathetic people imaginable. They start straight up crying and sobbing the second you say something 100% true about him. They isn't glowingly positive and pathetic people who treat politics like a soap opera. It's kind of funny because like I don't think he's wrong here, but like this applies to his fans too, by the way. Like I'm sorry, like, and okay, here's what I'll say: nobody fucking attacks Bad Empanada because they're scared of him. I've talked to people in the space and they are scared of him, right? But this goes for his fans too. His fans are equally as pathetic. I don't think he's wrong. I think there are Hasan fans who will defend Hasan's honor, right, to the tune like where Hasan doesn't even want them to. Hasan doesn't ask for them to do this, but they'll be like, you criticize Hasan, you must be against the left. You know what I mean? I guess you retweeted this, the Heat Stalker. That's not surprising. I think most of the Bad Empanada fans are Hasan's too. I mean, I'm sure there's overlap, right? I'm sure there's overlap. I know Bad Empanada has fans. No, Bad Empanada has not just fans. Bad Empanada has stands. Bad Empanada has stands. Insofar as to like, you cannot critique or disagree with Bad Empanada materially or tactically without being a anti-leftist or whatever. I don't care if this shit talking within the left directed somewhere else. I think you can criticize Hasan, right? But like, I think the issue and the problem is when I don't know. I just think like, is this productive? You know what I mean? Or they stand him when they can stand you? Exactly. Top reply is psychotic. What are we doing here? They're non-sentient regurgitators, malformed products of a life with no social relation other than a parasocial kind. Not even sure if it's organic, to be honest. Like these people are, I'll say it, worse than the Hasan stands. Because this is record shit. Let's see if me, auntie, I'm too old. It's just like, it's literally, and the reason why I say it's worse than the Hasan stands is because like this space, the people that these people cozy up to in their own little hug box, their own little Discord servers, is just less effective. Objectively, it is less effective than what Hasan's doing. At least Hasan is bringing people to the left, right? They're doing the same shit like they're criticizing Hasan fans for doing, and that is having they're appointing their champion to fight for leftist values and shit, right? But they're just doing it worse. It's like the people who get mad at Hasan for like being a Twitch streamer but having a Substack in their bio. Like, you're just doing Hasan shit but worse. Like, you're just doing the parasocial thing that you're criticizing, but just for a different person, for a different space. You know what I mean? But like, I also, okay, and this is also a take that I have, right? I do think that it's funny to like call Hasan a Zionist, right? Also call like everybody who's in the content cop video a Zionist for saying something nice about Ethan, but still wanting to go on Hasan's stream to get access to Hasan's audience. And it's something that I've seen, not from Bad Empanada specifically, but like from like the wider left, is that there are people who are lefter than Hasan who hate Hasan because they call Hasan a liberal, but they still when they get a chance cozy up to Hasan because Hasan has a large audience because they can enrich themselves. Like, I do think that's also funny. I think that's also funny. It's just like that's funny from a separation from like my actual meaningful critique. Let's keep it a buck. That's purely clout chasing, which is fine. You can do that, right? I'm pro clout chasing. You know what I mean? Get your opportunity. Get your bag. Get your bag. At least you message Hasan when you disagree. This is also true, right? I can't speak to whether or not Bad Empanada like messaged Hasan or whatever, but that's the kind of the difference is that I don't build this on trying to like burn bridges. I'm not saying you're trying to be like, I am leftier than you, therefore, right? I'm gonna like, you know, like burn you or whatever, right? Because again, I think there's a usefulness to Hasan's strategy. But like, if we're gonna be real, like, obviously not to the tune of Ethan, but like, Bad Empanada has also attacked my friends. You feel me? People that I think that are useful and, you know, good to the left. Like, attacking Brett is kind of insane when like Brett is out here like interviewing like union workers and trying to showing Palestinian documentaries and things of that nature to his audience, and you're doing drama shop shit, you know? Like, I think it's dumb. Not saying the Bad Empanada is not useful, but like, it just feels like record shit. It feels like, why are we spending our time doing this? Especially if Ethan Klein is a bigger force. Better fans consider why you call him an attack dog and why, whether that's a good thing when it attacks people on the left. Just haven't read Lenin's left-wing communism is an infantile disorder, and it shows he called all this BS in 1917. I don't even mind having this public criticism without talking privately, though it would be nice, but clearly is giving no thought to the consequences of your action is loser shit. Like, yeah, like, I'm not criticizing him for like not going to Hasan directly and personally. I will criticize him not going to Hasan directly and personally and still being like, have me on your stream, Hasan. You know what I mean? To try to like bolster his own audience and platform. Like, if you don't see Hasan as a useful voice for the left, then why are you trying to get access to his audience? You know what I mean? Why are you trying to, you know, it feels weird. It feels weird. Everyone was loving it. I thought it was loser shit. I do also think it was loser shit a little bit. I think that was a joke. No. You don't go as far as to like make a Twitch account, make a Discord account, join Discord, go to your Instagram store and be like, yes, Hasan, this is me. This is my account. Let me on your stream. Because it'll make Ethan mad or whatever. You know what I mean? But, you know, I am curious about what his take is. So I'll listen to it. The two things Bad Empanada is good for his video essays in beating H3 and Co at their own game. When it's not about something he specifically researched, he goes off vibes and is unhinged, just like Ethan, just a little more grounded. I think it's fair. But it can have it both ways. He wants online fans political content, but he goes around hating fans of online political content. He's scaring away everyone other than the most irony poison weirdos. A fan of both. I don't think Hasan is a Jewish exceptionalist or whatever. However, I do understand and appreciate Bad Empanada's point of view in that regard. I suppose it doesn't bother me to see the leftists always consider the Israelis while people are being genocided. No shade to Hasan. No, I completely understand. And I agree, actually. Like, I said this exact thing about like my community, right? And this was my criticism of Hasan that like a lot of Hasan fans got mad at me for, right? I don't like and appreciate the fact that like white leftists are promoted to speak on the behalf of black people for black issues, while the same black leftists who are speaking about their lived experience are being ignored. I completely understand. That's why I didn't bring up that criticism, because I don't disagree with it. I think it's entirely valid. Right? I do think I think he's a bit too black and white about it. Right? Because he did make the claim that Hasan was a Jewish exceptionalist. Right? Because I do think there's a usefulness of at least peering at the Israeli voices who are anti-genocide, right? People who are conscious and objectives. So I think he's a bit too strict on that, but I don't think he was incorrect in his analysis there, which is why I don't speak about that situation. And that's what I think is important, right? Is that like I haven't talked about Bad Empanada until essentially like yesterday in like a critique way. I just didn't talk about it. I say I don't really care. You know, it's not important. I'm not gonna really engage with it, right? Because I felt like there wasn't a productive element there to hyper focus on like what empanada specifically is saying, when Ethan is doing Hasbro to a larger audience, right? But that also doesn't mean that he's like exempt from critique and criticism. What about mischaracterized Jewish exceptionalism in that video about Hasan / No Other Land? The idea that pro-Palestinian movement in the West centers on and uplifts anti-Zionist Jewish voices because of the Jewish exceptionalism is pretty anti-Semitic. Plenty of other civil rights and progressive movements do the same, like what Sean is talking about. Yeah, I just don't think it's. I don't think his critique was very, not well thought out. I agree with the overarching premise. I just didn't care enough to like litigate the intricacies of his critiques. I haven't even seen the video. I just know what his take is overarchingly. Right. And it's not necessarily, the most important thing to litigate. It's how it should be for trans people too. Since people are saying out of our business, you can critique actions and what we say, but you can't revoke our identity because any one of us is wrong. 100%. 100%. And actually, I've seen like cis leftists do this as well, where they will try to revoke like what's her face? Blair White's like transness. And I'm like, you don't get to make that claim. Like Blair White sucks, 100%. Blair White sucks, but you don't get to make that assertion as a cis person. You don't get to litigate who in that community is like who's trans or not. You can't revoke somebody's black card from the black community if you're not black. It just hits harder than Hasan. They have a difference in how charitable they are, but Bada is doing extremely good work. And he's misunderstood a lot, especially when he has been the target of defamation campaigns. Like, okay, and on that, like, I don't even disagree, but like, I don't think you can like be as, insane as like Bad Empanada is, and like expect people like not to like lie about you like that. You feel me? Like, I think when you are not, this isn't to blame Bad Empanada, but like when you're not tailored in your criticism, right? Like, okay, good example. And I'm sure people said he talked about it in this video, and we'll get to it. Like, people call Bad Empanada racist for the house slaves line on AB, right? I can disagree with that characterization, but like they're going to do that because of the words that Bad Empanada says. Now, unlike the other smears, like I don't know like the intricate smears that he's faced in the past, but like things of that nature. It's like it's bred out of him saying something inflammatory that he may not mean entirely. People latching onto that and be like, oh, Bad Empanada is a bad person for saying this thing, right? And it comes from him saying something that is inflammatory, that he understands is inflammatory, that he knows is inflammatory, that is taken in an inflammatory way, right? Because he does say inflammatory shit. Like, and this is the same thing that Hasan criticized Ethan for, about like, he would say something that is inflammatory, and then it's taken in a way that it's meant to take, because it was inflammatory. And Ethan would turn around and be like, how dare you, take my inflammatory words in a way that's not the most charitable and good faith. You feel me? Yeah, how dare you be inflamed? Anyway, I want to see this take.
Hello everyone, so let's talk about how Ethan Klein was incredibly blatantly and obviously racist against Arabs in his debate with Hasan Piker, while his crew member and researcher, Abdul Ayad, who likes to frame himself as like the only good Arab and a good representative of Arab people, sat there obediently, said nothing, and actually kept...
Like, I don't necessarily disagree, but I also don't necessarily agree. Right? This is the problem, is I don't think this is being framed as it's like a conscious effort from AB to be like the spokesperson for like Arab voices, instead of more just a byproduct of just an American worker who's getting paid a bunch of money to let some shit slide, and he's being used as a Arab shield by his racist Zionist employer. You know what I mean? But I don't think he's wrong in his critique that AB is being used as a shield for Ethan's racism. But it feels kind of weird to me to be only critiquing the shield for being used as the shield, as opposed to like the person who's like the main perpetrator that picked up the shield. You know what I mean? Like, Ethan is the person who is using AB as the shield. I don't think AB is exempt from criticism, right? But I feel like a lot of people, it's very easy. This is the problem, that it's very easy, right? Very easy to look at the shield and criticize it by proxy of being a shield, right? You already criticized Ethan though, not on the proxy of using AB as a shield, right? I think that's the important part. You criticize Ethan for doing Zionism, but he hasn't criticized Ethan for using AB in this way, which he might do it in the video, right? Which he might do in the video, and I'm pointing out that he might do it in the video. You know what I mean? My only point is that I think it's important to criticize the person who is doing the actual bad shit and address the fact that they are using the marginalized person in their employ, their identity as a shield, more often than you criticize the actual person being used as a shield in the first place, right? Because like I feel like you can hate AB, right? The assertion here is that AB is a willing participant. Honestly, I tend to agree, and I don't even disagree with that, right? I don't just disagree with that assertion. My only point is that AB can be a willing participant. And this is the problem. This is my point about the entire crew, right? Is that like they're all willing participants, but Ethan Klein is still the person who signs the check. And I think this is where I differ from some of you chatters and like Bad Empanada himself, is that Ethan Klein is still the person who's signing the checks. You can yell and scream about AB all you want to. Ethan Klein still signs the checks. Ethan Klein still chooses to talk about, Palestine. He doesn't have to do that. And so my criticism is going to be tailored, right, to Ethan Klein primarily, and everybody else gets like the runoff criticism, if you will. Which is why I will address AB when AB does stupid shit, right? I'll address Dan when Dan does stupid shit, right? I'll address Zach when Zach does stupid shit. I'll address Nate when Nate does stupid shit, right? But I'm pouring in the Ethan Klein club, and then the rest of the criticism, runs off and overflows. Because he's the person who guides the content. It's his name on the podcast, right? And I think that is the most important thing. Trickle down criticism, essentially, yeah. Yeah. I really want to like the crew, but they just don't pipe up. When they do, they're being pushed down and prompted to shut up. Yeah. And I think they're you can criticize them for like not speaking up enough. You can criticize them for speaking up and defending Ethan or not defending their friends. Right? Or allowing criticism of their friends to go unchecked. Is there a Lebanese person in the South like AB? I wholeheartedly disagree. And you can disagree. I don't care. Honestly, you don't have to agree with me. I just said that you can disagree with me, right? I'm just telling you what my focus is going to be. Like you can yell about AB. You can criticize AB. I don't care what you do. That's fine. This is somebody who holds your identity, right? Where I think if there was if there was a black person, which there's not obviously, but if there was a black person on the crew and that black person was like, as a black person, I think Ethan's not racist, you know what I mean? I would criticize that person too. Right? But even then, I would still think that the person who is actually doing the racism is Ethan Klein. right? You can critique AB for being a shield for Ethan, but you have to critique Ethan for using that shield in the first place. I think that's the root problem. Actually, there is. I'm not counting the mod. Let's be real. Come on, let's be real. Let's be real. That's not a member of the crew. Let's be real. You see Ethan try to defend the Arab's comment the crew gave, the biggest pushback I've ever seen. AB almost gets there, but then retreats when Ethan asks him to explain. That's not surprising. But we can take a look at that as well. He's trying to make himself a member of the crew more accurately. Oh, good luck, bro. Good luck. I feel like there's very little that empanada hasn't criticized Ethan for. The critique that I haven't seen, which is what I'm criticizing, is the fact that he's using AB as the shield, right? Which if he does it in this video, I'll look at it and I'll take it back, right? But I think that that's an important part of the story, right? Like, okay, imagine. Oh, perfect example. A few days ago, we talked about the Unfuck America tour and the organizer of that tour being Z. And Z going on a TikTok live and being racist towards black women, right? If you don't know the story, then it's fine. Don't worry about it. But I'll explain it. Z, who was an organizer of this tour, went on a TikTok live and was, being racist towards black women, right? There was a black member of the tour, Simple Black Theory, who came out and defended Z, said that Z is not racist and doing all those things, right? I'm not saying that Simple Black Theory does not deserve critique for, as a black person, going out and being like, I don't think this person is racist or whatever, right? But I do think that if your hyper focus is on the black person who said that, as opposed to Z, who actually did the racist shit, you're missing the forest for the trees. You know what I mean? And this is a bit worse because in that situation, Z didn't even ask the black person to do so. But here, Ethan keeps AB on to be his shield. And you can criticize AB for being the shield, right? But it's also simultaneously, and if not more important in my opinion, to then criticize Ethan for using AB as the shield. I think that's worse in my personal opinion. I think Ethan using AB, one of his employees, right, as a shield, and his identity as a shield, is worse than AB, using his identity as a shield for Ethan. Because Ethan has the power. You know what I mean? Ethan has the power. Ethan has the control. Ethan signs the checks. And it's in perspective, but AB has his own videos on his channel where he attacks all these people for criticizing him in the pod, but he has Ethan as a top bad person. Then we agree. I'm not saying you can't care about that. And I'm not saying that that's not bad, right? Because AB is a creator in his own right, and he does deserve criticism and critique, right? But that's just my point. My point is that Ethan is the top bad, right? Ethan is the person who is using AB as the shield, using his employee's identity to shield himself from criticism. That is what Ethan Klein is doing. And you can criticize AB for making himself be the shield, right? But if the focus is on AB specifically, again, I think it's missing the forest for the trees.
Feeding Ethan Zionist talking points to spew. So there was a moment in this debate where Ethan Klein talked about Arabs in this very blatantly conspirational and despective way, in very much the same way.
People to stop babying the crew as if they're trapped or something, they are grown and they fucking suck. That's fine. That's fair, right? You're not gonna see me defending the crew. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be like, oh, leave the crew alone, right? I'll tell you that I won't focus on the crew as much as some of y'all will. Right, because I think Ethan is the root issue here. But I'm never gonna be like, you can't talk bad about the crew. I don't think there's ever been a moment in my stream where I was like, you can't talk bad about the crew. Do what you gotta do. You know what I mean? Say what you gotta say.
that a Nazi conspiracy theorist would talk about Jews. You know, a Nazi would use terms like the Jews and talk about Jews as if they were one like hive mind collective working towards some sort of incredibly negative goal. And this is precisely how Ethan talks
some
about
people focus on the crew because Ethan is too far gone and the others can be converted. If that was the case, I would agree with you and that would be fair. The problem is like they're not trying to convert the crew. I think they see the crew as like an easy attack avenue, right? And they're just attacking the crew because they are more accessible than Ethan is, right? The same way that like Ethan attacks Denims and Frogan and all these other streamers, like this as of like, you know, a year ago, because they were just more accessible and easier to attack than Hasan himself, right? Not because like, oh, I don't think Hasan can change because Hasan is like the head anti-Semite. But I think that, you know, Frogan can change her mind. Like, no, they were just going for easy dunks, right? And in this situation, it's like the inverse. It's that they view the crew as easy dunks. They don't have as large of an audience. They don't have as large of a, as much wealth, right? They don't have as much like goodwill in like the greater internet society. They're just easier to freaking not that flew by. It's easier to like attack the crew than it is to attack Ethan. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if conversion is the correct thing.
Arabs, a lot of people.
Ground the crew is fair game, but I feel like Ethan, going after Frogan, Denims, and you because he's mad at Hasan. Sure, I get it, but whatever. But way more heat than I expected. Man, me and Chad are on the same wavelength. Yeah. To be fair though, Ethan is still an easier dunk in my opinion. I think you're incorrect. Ethan is insulating himself by his audience, right? No matter how much the H3 audience loves the crew, Ethan's still the main guy. They wouldn't be around if they didn't agree with Ethan. You feel me? Like, so Ethan insulates himself from any criticism because he has wealth, he's a multimillionaire, and he has the audience that is there to reinforce his worldview specifically, right? Like AB doesn't have a widespread audience of millions of people to agree with him. As Chadder's saying, like H3 audience is freaking like they're racist. They hate him. Whenever he tried to speak up a little bit, they would like come at him. Same with like Olivia or Dan or the rest of the crew. They have like their small niche fan bases, but if Ethan says something, even though small niche fan bases are gonna fall in line with the rest of them saying like, yeah, Dan, you went too far this time. They're not as insulated from critique and criticism as Ethan is. They're just not.
Have been focusing on Ethan's particular comment where he said the fucking Arabs. And he did say that, and that is racist in of itself. But beyond that, the fact that he keeps talking about the Arabs as this hive mind collective who are collectively responsible for what he framed as this uniform mass expulsion of Jews by the Arabs is even worse than that. So let me show you the clip here.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
There you go. What? That's my point.
Here's a further demonstration of this.
And I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just
How do you know
pure racism.
How do you know that?
How
do you know that it's not real?
Shifting the blame over to the entirety of
absolutely
Arabs
was the blame of the
at a time
Arabs.
when every single one of these Arab countries
Absolutely. Who
their
else kicked
own
them
version
out?
of pan-Arabic nationalism.
Okay, so in this situation, a good test is to take these words and shift them about a little bit. What would Ethan Klein think if someone was to say, someone who he doesn't like at least was to say, the fucking Jews forced the Palestinians to become violent, or something like that. And then he kept going on to say, it was the Jews who did it. It was the Jews. It was the blame of the Jews. Because that is absolutely one-to-one analogous with what he's saying here. Except in my case, the historical facts are actually accurate. And just regarding the historical facts, I'm going to be releasing another video later this week
the gift is up.
that specifically covers that. I don't want to cover that too in depth here, but in summary, Ethan tries to frame this as some sort of like uniform expulsion by the Arabs of the Jews, because he wants to justify the Nakba, which by the way happened before this, by claiming that it was merely a response by Jewish victims to what was done to them by this Arab collective, and therefore legitimize the mass expulsion and genocide of Palestinians by Zionists by Israel. It's an attempt to equate Palestinian with Iraqi, Yemeni, whatever other Arab country that he alleges expelled the Jews, in order to say, well, what do you expect? They did it to them, and all they did was respond to it by doing it back to them, when the Palestinians had
This is true.
nothing to do with whatever happened to the Jews in those other countries, because a Palestinian is not an Iraqi. The Arabs is not a thing. And again, I'll be going into more depth on that.
But this is something that I think, like, because in the debate, it kind of got lost by all this other stuff that happened. Is that like Ethan Klein was the person who was making the conflation between, like the Nakba and like Jewish expulsion in the Middle East. Like he made the claim. He's like, oh, you care about the Nakba? Well, don't you know that more Jews were expelled? That's expelled. Than in the Nakba. So, but you didn't know that, liberals or whatever. Like, that's what the that's what happened. Expelled. That's the expunged. No, I think expelled is the word. I'm pretty sure it's expelled.
Later this week. But here, I want to zero in on the way that Ethan Klein talks about Arabs here. It's one thing to say, I guess Arabs did it. That would still be very questionable because historically, Arabs did it. I mean, that's a weird way to talk about it, right? I want to say like Iraqi Arabs who held power expelled the Jews. Because just saying
expelled and expulsion, I did.
Arabs expelled the Jews doesn't make much sense because there was no such thing as this uniform expulsion carried out by some Arab collective. It was individual countries enacting these oppressive policies on Jews of their own volition, of their own accord, independently, over a very long period of time, by the way, but all of which happened after the Nakba, and which they very famously tried to rectify in 1975 by inviting the expelled Jews to come back and get their property back and everything. But the point is, the way that he uses this term, the Arabs, it's literally the same as how a Nazi would use the term the Jews. He frames them as like this collective hive mind conspiring to enact bad things upon us. And using a term like the fucking Arabs just sort of drives that home, doesn't it? Like, imagine someone talking about
finding gross about other minorities. He said about the Arabs and they find it reasonable. I mean, yeah, because like Ethan himself is a like liberal in that sense, because like liberals are Islamophobic, right? They see and they do view, which is why he didn't think he said anything wrong. They do view like the Arabs as like a hive mind, right? As like one group, like one overarching force that are like diametrically opposed to the Jews. It's the Jews and the Arabs. Those are the two sections, the two groups. Do you think that he knows that Arab Jews that exist, Ethan? Maybe. Like, he has to at least know of the existence of Arab Jews because he says those Arab Jews were expelled from the Arab nations. Right? So he has to know of the existence of Arab Jews because that's the talking point that he's using. You feel me? But like, he does paint this wide brush that separates Arab and Jew into two different diametrically opposed categories. As he does know about Arab Jews and was referring to them when he was talking about the expulsions, yeah. But like, he does like nothing that expulsed is correct. It's just hard to say. Is it? Is that okay? Is that a word? I don't know if that's a word.
These things in regards to Palestine, for example.
Oh, it is. Wait, no, it's not. No, it's not. You lied. It's not expulsed. It's expelled. Jeez Louise, you freaking liars.
In the way that Ethan
I was
talked
right
about this so fluidly, like it just came out from him so naturally. Let's say that
Google
someone
says
was
it
to
is.
say,
I looked it up. Whatever, we're moving on. Whatever.
Fucking Jews forced the Palestinians to become violent, as I said earlier. But now with all the context that I've just given you, as in not just saying Jews forced Palestinians out, because it's true that some Jews did that, you know, the ones who were in Israel, in the Zionists there at the time, most of whom were from Europe, not from Arab countries, they factually did expel and genocide the Palestinians. That really did happen. But to say the fucking Jews did it, as if Jews are like this one hive mind, this one collective, all collectively responsible for it. And not just that, but also, you know, the fucking Jews. That's very different, isn't it? That's extremely different from just saying Jews did it, or more accurately saying Zionist Jews did it, or Israeli Jews did it, or just Israelis did it, or just Zionists did it. Ethan Klein doesn't make that sort of clarification. He doesn't say the Iraqis did it, or the Iraqi Arabs did this. No, he just says the Arabs did this.
He also didn't say, and I don't think Banana said anything like particularly off base so far, but he also didn't say like the Arab nations did it or the Arab governments did it, right? He said the Arabs as a collective, right? And that's also an important thing to note too, because like he does make it, or he does assert that it's like a gene that was flipped on inside of like the Arabs to be anti-Semitic. That's what the implication is. You feel me? That's what he's like implying. And imply is a very weak word there because he's all but saying it directly that it was like there was an anti-Semitic gene in like the Arab. Correctly, he says the Arab anti-Semitism. Yeah, which is why I said that he didn't outright say that it was like genetic or whatever, but like he definitely implied there was something inherent inside of like the Arab population in totality to make them anti-Semitic. Like he did. That was the thing that he did. Yeah, it's like our X gene is our mutation. Ethan's trying to both sides this so bad because there's no both sides. The Palestinians didn't kick out the Jews from Iraq, just as they didn't support the Nazis, as the Zionists want you to believe. The Zionists tried to attribute any wrong at a collective of loosely connected ethnic groups to the Palestinians to continue the genocide. Yeah, which is what, like, we're getting into the weeds about like what Ethan Klein is saying here, but like what he is doing is Hasbara, because he's claiming simultaneously that he's not trying to justify the Nakba. He says that a lot in the debate, but this is Nakba justification. This is the justification that Zionists used for the Nakba. They say, hey, look, you expelled us all. Where else were we supposed to go? We got to go somewhere. That's right. We're going here. Maybe you shouldn't have expelled us last time. Like talking to Palestinians, like Palestinians had anything to do with Jewish expulsion. Like that's how it's used. That's what the implication is. Even if he's not saying it, right? Even if he's not saying it, that's what the implication is. That's what he's implying. He's doing a justification for the Nakba. Not even just the Nakba, but like for Palestinian occupation since. That's what he was doing. Right? He's saying like, well, Israel needed to exist somewhere, right? Someone had to take the L. Maybe the Arabs shouldn't have expelled all the Jewish people. That's essentially what he's doing, right? But he's able to, like, you know, hold his words close to his chest so he doesn't have to full on do justification for ethnic cleansing, right? Just imply it a little bit. Just imply it. All right, Cheddar.
Ethan Klein
Relax.
doesn't make that sort of thing. He doesn't say Arab Iraqis did this. He just says straight up, the Arabs did this. The fucking Arabs are to blame. And just to be clear, the fact that he tries to blame the Nakba, which happened before expulsions of Jews in these other countries, on the Arabs is absolutely insane. As if Zionists were forced to do this, like they went in a time machine and did the Nakba, which happened before this, in response to that, and as if it would even like justify that to like expel and genocide this entirely different group of people and take their houses because you were expelled from an entirely different country. Does that make sense? It doesn't, does it? But I'll be going over that in more detail in the video that I'm releasing on this topic later in this week. My main point of this video is that Ethan Klein talks about...
Also, I love the chatter just came in and just like, why are you watching this Bad Empanada video? Like, I'm not watching this with a contention. You know what I mean? Like, chatter missed the entire last hour of the stream where I was criticizing Bad Empanada and how we got to this video to see my criticism be addressed. Like, literally just watch the VOD. You'll understand how we got here.
In the way that a neo-Nazi talks about Jews. Once you see it, you can't not see it. And these sorts of tropes, like this collective Arab, like hive mind identity thing that Ethan Klein talks about here, are being weaponized in this very day by people who ironically proclaim themselves as like staunch fighters against anti-Semitism, like Ethan Klein. He weaponizes Nazi-style tropes against Arabs in order to justify factual, actual, currently, present-day, ongoing genocide against Arabs, which he, in this very debate, pretended that he acknowledges as a genocide. It's like a Nazi proclaiming himself to be against the Holocaust and then going on to talk about the atrocities of the fucking Jews. It's absurd. So I just want to note as well, importantly, the role of the H3 podcast crew.
Define tanky for me, chatter. Just curious.
In enabling this, particularly one particularly horrible member of the crew.
Okay. Get out of my mind, chatter. Get out of my mind. We are around each other too much. We are around each other too much. Thank you for asking before I could. Get out of my mind, chatters. Jeez Louise. I am curious. Because I'm fair. The same way that I'm fair and I will hear out and listen to what Bad Empanada says and address his argument based on the merits, I will listen to the chatter. Maybe the chatter may change my mind. He may say, this is what a tanky is and this is why I hate Bad Empanada. I'm like, okay, I agree with you. You know what I mean? But I do need to know. I do need to know what you think a tanky is. Think it's someone who wears tank tops? Respect. Respect. Sean is nothing if not fair and balanced. I think I am literally the most fair and balanced. I try my very best to the fault where to the point where some people will criticize me for being fair to really anybody I talk about. Said every streamer? Yeah, but I'm different. I'm different.
Podcast crew in enabling this, particularly as well. Importantly, the role of the H3 podcast crew in enabling this, particularly one particularly horrible member of the crew, Abdul Ayard, currently in Los Angeles, California, previously from Dearborn, Michigan. He also goes
wait, run that back one time.
In enabling this, particularly one particularly horrible member of the crew, Abdul Ayard, currently in Los Angeles, California, previously from Dearborn, Michigan.
So okay, my initial contention is I'm willing to hear him out, right? I'm willing to hear him out. My initial contention is, why is AB particularly worse or bad, right? Because I don't particularly think Candace Owens is like inherently worse than like Tucker Carlson. They both do white supremacy. They just do it a little bit different. You know what I mean? Seems Abdullah, not Abdul. Well, fake news. Sean Priest stealing my messages. Chat, get out of my head. How is AB worse than Zach or Dan? That's my question. He's Lebanese from the South. His family is directly affected. Okay, that doesn't make him worse, right? It makes him a different kind of bad. You feel me? It does. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That doesn't make him like inherently worse. Purely based upon like impact, Dan is worse than AB is. Right? You can have a personal gripe with AB, but by the metric, if we're judging based upon how actively they participate in the podcast and how actively they reinforce Ethan Klein's behavior, because Ethan Klein is the main issue. He has the larger audience. And to me, and this may be a distinction about what we talk about, which is worse and not worse, to me, enabling Ethan Klein to reach out to a larger audience to do Zionist propaganda is the bad here. And so I judge worse based upon who enables that the most. Right? Who enables that the most? And I don't think AB does. I think Dan does. Not saying that AB's good, right? I think that he operates a different role than Dan does. But I think Dan 100% reinforces Ethan's worldview worse than anybody else on the crew. Worse than anybody else on the crew. He's not worse based on impact. He's worse based on not advocating for himself. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm gonna be real. I don't care. I'm looking at it purely on impact, right? Now, if you were Lebanese yourself, that's fine. You can do that. I think it's entirely fair if you were Arab, you're Lebanese, to look at AB and criticize him based upon his identity because you identify with that identity. That's fine. I'm not Arab, so I can't speak on that aspect of it. And I'm not even saying that you can't, right? But my point is that I'm always going to focus on impact because impact is what matters here, no? I get the perspective, and I understand. Right? But I think impact is what matters here. I think impact is important here. That's what we're trying to mitigate. The problem with Ethan Klein is that he has a large audience and he's doing Hasbro. Right? So I'm always going to address that. Is that bad up on his angle? I don't know that he's enabling racism against his community. I think Zach is worse when he talks, but Dan is talks way more often. Dan is like directly up, like we can get into Dan in a second. Dan is like directly a step underneath Ethan and Hila. Like, and I feel like we're skipping over the number 3 spot to just attack the number 4, right? Like, Dan is significantly worse. It's like Ethan and Hila, Dan, AB, and like everybody else that falls out there. Like, it's based purely on how much or how useful they are in spreading Hasbro in this audience. Dan is the producer. Dan co-signed and played Twitcher terrorists. Dan helped craft talking points for the content nuke. Dan, in the debate, would like, you know, supposed to be a moderator, didn't moderate. Like, Dan is way worse than AB. Right? Again, I'm not saying that AB is good, but I'm just saying Dan is significantly worse. You can criticize AB, but like, let's not lose the fourth for the Dans. Like, Dan's horrifically bad in this situation. I think Dan deserves a video. I think Dan deserved a video before AB did. I'm gonna be entirely real, personally. I use a combination of factors. I think AB is worse because he also enables it by being the good Arab. The impact of a Lebanese person okaying the anti-Arab sentiment is what left Ethan Klein's live validation of the racism. I don't think you're incorrect, right? But I don't think that, like, in a world where AB wasn't there, they would still be racist. You know what I mean? So I don't think you're wrong to have this take, especially as an Arab person. But like, I don't think AB like creates this racism for this space. They are racist, and they're going to be racist whether or not AB is there or not. And I think you are fair to criticize AB's role in that 100%, right? 100%. But like, I don't think it like they would be racist regardless. AB disappoints me, but Dan has a ton of responsibility for how it's all turning out. He could push back more and just doesn't. Yeah. Dan can't legitimize a Zionist propaganda the way Dan can. You said Dan twice, but I'm gonna assume you mean AB. Wait, AB can? I think you're incorrect. Right? In that, like, the show would not be what it is without Dan. Right? And so I understand what you're saying here, that like the use of AB's identity to like legitimize Zionist talking points is impactful. I think that is just less impactful than the role that Dan plays. Dan just plays it. Like, I think okay, let me say it this way. Jeez, Elise. Did I get it? No, I didn't get it. If we're talking purely based upon spreading Hasbro, Dan is more impactful in his role as a producer and the things that he does, even more than AB utilizing his identity to justify anti-air racism. That's my take. You know? Just purely based upon impact, right? Dan has a higher impact on the show. AB walks out, the show went on. Dan walks out, the show doesn't air. That's my opinion anyway. That's my point. That's my point. Oh, sorry, chatters. I almost got it though. Next time I'll mute before I clap. If people disagree, realize that using him as a prop further signifies that his opinion is way less than somebody like Dan. I think AB is being targeted not just because he should know better, but also because he's trying to kickstart his own content career properly. AB has been a content creator for years at this point, so I don't think he's trying to kickstart it. But you are correct in that, like, he is more visible than Dan is. You know what I mean? Is AB the one who gets yelled at by Ethan behind the scenes? Yeah. So does Olivia, if we're being real. He's actively engaging with Bad Empanada as well. This is true. And it is a reason why Hasan called out Dan at the end of the debate. Yeah. AB has all been treated like the heel of the show, so it won't impact the audience opinion much, or whatever he says. Also, AB gets defended a lot more than Dan, so the video dispels that. AB gets defended a lot more than Dan? Like, who? Like, by who? Like, the H3 audience? I'm confused what you're saying. Did you ever see the H3 episode where they had Lonerbox on? He basically had Olivia and AB crying with how much he was justifying the death of Palestinians. Dan didn't say much that episode. Yes, I did see that. Other audience doesn't like AB. I don't get lost by all the messages. Let's just continue.
He also goes by the screen name Stark.
To those looking to hate the Palestinian plight, Dan doesn't add anything. It doesn't detract. AB's presence detracts. Dan is a regurgitator of Ethan's Zionism. AB is another trajectory for Zionists. I'm not saying you're incorrect, but like the problem there, right? Even in this message, would be Ethan using AB as a shield. You feel me? Like, to me, it just feels like misguided to look at the shield and be like, how dare you be a shield, instead of the Captain America who's wielding it, right? Ethan is the person who's decided to wield AB as a shield for his Zionism, right? And we can criticize Dan for like, AB for not speaking out for himself or for being a shield. Like, I don't think he's exempt from that criticism, but like, Ethan's the person who's wielding him, right? Ethan's the person who's throwing him around. Right? And I think that's an important thing to call out. AB does have a choice in being complicit on that, though. Yes, I agree with you. But it's still stupid to talk about the fucking shield. Ethan's the boss. Ethan is the boss. Again, I'm not saying you can't criticize AB for being complicit in staying as the shield. But if you're only criticizing the shield, you're not criticizing the fucking boss for using it. Ethan signs the checks. Ethan guides where the podcast goes. That's the analogy. At some point, I'm going to call you out for insisting on hitting the shield over and over again instead of shooting the man with the fucking ankles. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Again, I think you should call out. Both are being attacked, though. Not here. Like, okay. Imagine this is Captain America. You feel me? This is Captain America. Captain America is holding up the vibranium shield. And he's using the shield to defend himself. Right? While simultaneously attacking other people. Right? You're criticizing Captain America for attacking the people, but not criticizing from holding the shield up. He's still holding up the shield. He's still wielding the shield. You're not criticizing him by proxy of him using the shield. You're criticizing him for other stuff. You feel me? And that's fine. But you're not criticizing him for using his employee as a shield. Sorry, but now Sean AB is responsible for his own actions. We can do both. But you're not fucking doing both, Chad. That's what I'm saying. You're not doing both. Show me the people. Show me anybody who's criticized Ethan for using AB as a shield. Show me it. Show me it. Show me the video that is criticizing Ethan for using AB as a shield. All I see is the people who are constantly, time after time again, criticizing the shield for being a shield. He was a grown man, not a shield. He's being used as a shield, chatter. That's what the criticism is. The criticism is that he's shielding Ethan Klein with his identity. That's what the criticism is. AB is being used to say, how can I be racist? I have Arab friends. Exactly. This is true. And people are like, Arab friend, how dare you be friends with them? And I think that's necessary. I think that's useful, right? Somebody who's racist is like, oh, I ain't said the N-word, I have black friends. You should criticize the black friend who stays around, right? But you should also criticize that person for saying the N-word. That's a part of it. That's necessary. You can criticize AB. You can talk about AB. You can talk about how AB is bad. But when you specifically tailor your focus on AB being bad and not, Ethan using AB, then I feel like it's misguided. I feel like it's misguided. I don't know if I've gotten to it yet, but the part of his critique about AB is how AB is Ethan's researcher, so he's the one finding out much of the sources Ethan uses. Yeah, there's no evidence to this, though. That's the only issue, right? And if Banana provides evidence that, like, AB is, like, not more than a researcher, like, by name or by title, like, I don't know how involved or in-depth, like, AB does research for him. I don't know if AB is, like, connecting with, like, Loner Box in the back end or whatever, or if he's ChatGPT. I don't know. There's no way of knowing. They are overestimating the role of the researcher. They might be, and they may not be. My point is that we just don't know, right? And it's conjecture to serve a wider point. The point is to metaphorically punch upwards and not downwards, and AB, while frustrating, is still downwards on the ladder, I think. Yeah. Again, but I'm not saying you can't criticize AB. But I'm saying criticize AB alongside, right? Criticizing Ethan for using AB. Because I think that's also necessary. Criticize Ethan for Hasbara and criticize Ethan for weaponizing his Lebanese employee as a shield. And criticize the Lebanese employee for staying to be used as a shield. All of those things are necessary. But I feel like we're missing that middle one, right? I feel like we're missing that middle one, that criticizing Ethan for using AB in the way that he is, because it's important, and that's all I'm describing. People refuse to digest. You're describing a stronger, sounder, more ethical strategy. People are, and this is the problem when you get down into like the blood sport of it. People want blood sport. They see blood in the water with AB. Here's what it is. People see blood in the water with AB. They're piranhas. They see that AB is not really liked by anybody. He's not liked by the pro-Palestinian side. He's not liked by the by H3's audience and the Zionist side, right? They see blood in the water and they're like, oh, we can attack AB, right? And it feels good, right? It feels good because AB has nobody defending him. The audience hates AB because AB is a devil's advocate. And to be fair, I want to point this out. AB has put himself in this position. I'm not defending AB here. AB has put himself in this position, right? This is the role that he has occupied even before, like, you know, this last week. And that is also important to call out, right? H3 audience hates AB. Yes. Just go to any H3 episode, H3 podcast episode, where AB speaks up at all. And you'll see just how disgusting the audience is to AB. Excuse me. Right? And so I think AB is a very easy target, right, to attack because he's accessible. You feel me? He's accessible, and he's like, there's no one defending him. You go after freaking Ethan, you get death threats in your mentions. You don't get that with AB. So it's very, very easy to be like, yeah, I'm attacking AB specifically, right? Again, I'm not saying AB can't be criticized, right? But I think it's important to, on top of criticizing AB, to criticize Ethan for weaponizing his Lebanese employee, right? I think that's because that's bad for Ethan too. It's another example of Ethan being racist. Again, the analogy of a white guy who says the N-word and says, I have a black friend. That white guy is racist, right? A white guy who says the N-word, he's like, I can say it because I have a black friend. That white guy is racist. You should call out that white guy for being racist. Weaponizing your black friend to say the N-word is racist, and it's worthy of criticism. But from what I've seen, right now we are entirely focused on like the other acts of racism that white guy does, right? And that black person for letting himself being used as a shield, but not the act of the white guy saying, I can say the N-word because I have a black friend, right? Ooh, it's freaking gnats are just flying around. Ethan is being criticized for his Hasbra and for his Israel defense in other ways, right? And he's simultaneously on top of that using his Lebanese employee as a shield for his racism, right? And this is yelling at his Lebanese employee for being used as a shield instead of being like, Ethan, I think it's kind of racist to use your Lebanese employee as a shield against racism. Now, AB, you got some add smoke for you too, right? But Ethan, it's racist for you to be doing this right now, right? That's my point. And also criticizing Ethan for disparaging his crew's attempts to call him out so hard that they either don't speak or become yes men. And it's bad to be it's bad to be a yes man. And I will hate the boss more for forcing that behavior to be the only tenable strategy. Exactly. Just because you have a black friend doesn't mean you A, have dismantled your own innate biases from growing up in society, and B, don't see your black friend as less than even though they're your friend. 100%. You don't even know what AB is actually doing as a researcher. It's all parasocial fantasies though, and my only real issue with some of this, I don't think AB is beyond criticism either. But also he's a worker and his boss is beyond unhinged. It's not as easy as just quit. I feel like there's a lot of unemployed people. I feel like a lot of unemployed people are just driving the just quit narrative. I mean, to be fair, I do think he should quit. I'll be clear. I do think he should quit. I think he should quit. I don't think he should be here. Right? Because I do think that, like, you know, he does engage with and he's reinforcing his boss's Zionist propaganda. I do think he should quit. I think he should quit. I think he should leave. He should have been left. Right? But again, you notice how I can hold that position in my head and still focus and tailor most of my criticism towards Ethan? Because if AB gone, Ethan still keeps going. You know what I mean? Ethan's going. Ethan just continues to keep going. AB leaves, Ethan just keeps going. Right? Dan leaves, that's a different question. This guy just said the Bush didn't go far enough on the Iraq War on his streams. Chatter, don't look at his streams. Just bro has like 2 viewers. Don't give him any attention. I will say that loser freaking copyright striked me again on Twitch this time. I was here. You know what he said? He said, copyrighted work. From my YouTube broadcast, my likeness, my everything, I do not approve of Sean the Black, aka Maximilian, using this clip. It's misrepresenting, miscontextualizing my point made in the video, and is being used to create and enable harassment. I have asked Twitch via report for months now, and they won't even email me back. Cowards attached to Hasan. Take this video down. It's my face, me, Dylan, not Sean. Oh, he just doxed himself? Okay. Because his name is Dylan now. My broadcast from YouTube. I can also provide my original broadcast. I have linked the Sean the Sheep clip I've been reporting. He tricked you in the doxing camp? Yeah. It was Maximilian. Okay, let me explain. Maximilian comes from my my Instagram during my graduation. Wait, that's not it. Wait, is this it? Okay, this is it. Here. Because I was walking out and then like it still had the name of the person before me. And I said, apparently my name is Maximilian, but we still got the degree, long road, but cool things ahead now. I guess he thinks that my name is just actually Maximilian. Okay, sure. A Kotsky internship program? True. Poor Max? Yeah, poor Max. He didn't deserve this. You said your name is Sean? Apparently not anymore. Talk about this dude? Who is this dude? Yes. I am talking about this dude. He copyright struck me for the clip that I put of him. You know what? I'm playing the clip again. Why not? Why not? Let's see. He was so nice enough to provide me the actual link to the clip too. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Dylan. But also it sucks because like I have to give this person like identifiable information to about myself to do a but the clip's not even here anymore. I guess Twitch took it down because it's a copyright thing or whatever. Good thing it's still on my TikTok. Always talks about how
you're a dumbass. Okay, I can say that. It's not slander. You're a fucking moron. I can say that, and it's not slander. I can say that statistically, your people are dumber than other people, and that's not slander either.
Okay. Okay. Wait, that'd be cheddar.
You're a dumbass.
I did as well. Shout out to Queen City. To be fair, I went to 3 different colleges before I graduated. Least racist H3 fan, yeah. Maybe that's him. Yeah, that's him. W Dylan, I guess. Which I think he's okay. To be fair, and I said that at the top of the class, but I am curious. I think he's still on YouTube, by the way. Which I am not saying you should report him for racism, but like. Bro, what? This guy is insane.
Yes. 3.
Who aren't you? Who you?
Like, you know what? I'll do it. Where's it at? YouTube's not gonna do anything, but you know, I'll Twitch is the most racist platform, sure. Yeah, he was on Twitch, but then he got banned. So, LOL. LOL. Where you says a person with 0 viewers. Yeah, and he should go back to having 0 viewers. Don't tap the glass, chat. He's literally a nobody, but he just keeps trying to copyright strike me. What is the most racist platform? Your mom. Sorry, let's continue. Anyway, I don't remember what I was saying, but like, yeah.
Los Angeles, California, previously from all of the H3 podcast crew in enabling this, particularly one particularly horrible member of the crew, Abdul Ayad, currently in Los Angeles, California, previously from Dearborn, Michigan. He also goes by the screen name Starkiller with an A, not an ER, and he also goes by the nickname AB. This guy himself made an extremely racist video the day after this debate, in which he denounced another Arab as a barbarian who does not conform to Zionist standards of what an Arab should be, and who thus needs to be denounced as a disgusting barbarian. So let's check that out. Before we watch this, I want to be clear here on Abdul Ayad's role.
Hey guys.
Oh, it is this video. I didn't know who was in the bathtub in this video. Anyway.
In this podcast, Abdul is a researcher. Like, his job is to sit there and send articles to Ethan, which Ethan receives on his own little laptop, and then Ethan recites. So whenever you see Ethan like recite an Israeli propaganda article verbatim, there's a very high chance that Abdul here has sent it to him. And Abdul is someone
like, on that, this may be true, but there's just not evidence for it to be true. And this is kind of like the issue with like just bad empanada in general, is that he will say shit with no evidence, and that's fine. Like, you can do that if you want to, but then the audience will pick it up, and then we'll turn around and then regurgitate that as though it's like based in foundational in evidence. Like, there are chatters who were coming in here before I saw this video and was like, "Oh yeah, it's AB's job to go send Ethan Hosborough articles." I'm just like, where did you get that from? It's like, oh, bad empanada told me. Like, again, it may be correct. We just don't know. Like, why are we making claims about things that we don't know? When I believe AB has done enough things that we can criticize without like making things up. You know what I mean? We don't need to speculate about the bad shit that AB does. He has done it on camera. You can't tell what he sends. Really, it's just an assumption that people take as true fact. Yeah, because people want to believe that it's true, and that's fair. That's fine. You can believe that, but like, you know, I just feel like it's not as productive to focus on this speculative action as opposed to like what he actually does. We only know AB sent him one TikTok that made it to an Insta story. That's it. Yeah, which you can criticize him for. I think that's totally fair. AB sending Ethan Klein TikTok hate videos about him is a thing that he's done, right? We have evidence for. It's been documented. It's been admitted to. Why do we not like? Is that not bad enough? Is that not bad enough that we can like focus on? Instead of being like, oh, like any pro-Israel article you see Ethan use, AB sent it to him, right? Reminds me of when women get a bunch of criticism for being friends with the worst person ever. They deserve to be called out, but the evil person is right there. The minority is always the scapegoat. Yeah. When you consider that evidence, since AB sent that article to Ethan, which article? He's the main researcher, though. Isn't he responsible for the research used for the show? You don't know. You don't know. Right? He could be researcher in name only. Like, you don't know. The post you just said was evidence. That wasn't an article, chatter. It was a TikTok post. The point is you don't know.
Theatri Kelly just subscribed.
He's not the only one doing research for the show. Yeah, like we know that Dan played Twitcher terrorist to co-sign it for Ethan to play on stream. We know that too. That could have fell under the job of researchers too. We don't know. We know that the crew is involved with the podcast. That is what we know, right? how deep into it, we just don't know. There's just no evidence that like 99% of the pro-Israel articles come from AB. We just have no idea. And I feel like it's, again, we're missing the forest for the trees. When we sit here and we're speculating on this specifically, we are losing the actual bad stuff that AB has done. You know what I mean? Like, he has done bad stuff. Let's focus on the stuff that we know that he's done. Like AB sending a TikTok to Ethan, right? Enabling Ethan's monumentous crash out. That is a thing that is documented that he has done that we should be focusing on, as opposed to like AB sends Ethan all of the pro-Israel articles, right? AB did Doxxing one in IG comments. Let's focus on that. Exactly. If your job title is researcher, your name is attached to the show is presenting you whether you like it or not. You should quit if he doesn't like it. Chatter, you're fucking stupid. I'm sorry. You are so hopped up on drama farmium, right? You're huffing the drama coat that like you're not being productive. You're not having an actual discussion, right? You just want to be mad at somebody. That's it. You don't want to address actual factual reality. You just want to be mad at somebody. That's it. That's it. And that's fine so long as you understand that. Right? But you genuinely cannot believe that it's productive to be like, oh, AB is the root for all of Ethan's pro-Hasbara articles with no evidence. Why are we not talking about like the actual stuff that he's doing, that we know that he's doing? Would that not be more productive than going into the weeds about like what he may potentially be doing in a random world or whatever? Like, what are we talking about? Y'all are just too into the drama. Y'all are just too into the drama. And what y'all don't realize is that doing shit like that gives these people like ammunition to fight back. And they dig down, they dig their heels in, and they just keep going back and forth. Drama, 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 drama. That's what you're doing. You being like, oh, your job as researcher, you're sending Ethan all of the pro-Israel articles. They're like, no, I'm not. You don't even know what's going on in the show. Drama, 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 drama. Instead of being like, you have been documented feeding into Ethan's like consistent crash out by sending him hate TikToks about him and forcing them to address that. Right? You then bring them into your delusional mindscape and be like, oh, argue about my delusions right now. And that's not productive. It may make you feel good, but it's not productive. It's not productive. The premise of AB being responsible for such would only work if he's head researcher or editorial, not simply a researcher. Yeah. Like if nobody else on the crew sent Ethan Klein stuff and only AB had the responsibility of doing so, then that would be a functional criticism. But we know for a fact that other members of the crew send Ethan Klein shit. We know that Dan sends Ethan Klein shit. Everyone sent him stuff at some point. Yeah, it's unproductive. It's an unproductive thing to get into the intricacies of like, oh, we know for 99% sure that like he sends Ethan Klein all of his articles or whatever. It's not a productive conversation.
And then Ethan recites. So whenever you see Ethan like recite an Israeli propaganda article verbatim, there's a very high chance that Abdul here has sent it to him. And Abdul is someone who constantly claims to be pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel. He's a staunch advocate for the Palestinian people. And then he sits there in silence as his boss says stuff like the fucking Arabs, as his boss just is generated from this pod.
This is a fair criticism. This is a fair criticism. Like I don't think this is unfair. New Pope just dropped.
So Abdul is a researcher. Like his job is to sit there and send articles to Ethan.
Is the woke Pope? Is the Pope woke? Just tell me if if they're woke, please.
He's on his own little laptop, and then Ethan recites. So whenever you see Ethan like recite an Israeli propaganda article verbatim, there's a very high chance that Abdul here has sent it to him. And Abdul is someone who constantly claims to be pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel. He's a staunch advocate for the Palestinian people. And then he sits there in silence as his boss says stuff like the fucking Arabs.
Wow. Mods, ban that chatter. Mods, rip his arms off.
As his boss just spouts Israeli propaganda verbatim, saying nothing about it, not opposing it at all. He has absolutely nothing to say about it. But what he does have is a lot of heat for what he sees as bad Arabs. Not good Arabs like himself, but bad Arabs. Ones who are actually really pro-Palestine. Ones who call out the shit that his boss says and does to advocate for the genocide of Palestinians. Check this out.
You're doing a good job, man. You're doing a good job. You know, I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure they love you as an example of us Arabs being fucking barbaric. As every fucking person on the internet and every person in the world wants to prove that we're nothing but fucking barbaric animals. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great.
Who is he referring to? Who's he talking about? Anything from Do Not Worry? What? I mean, he's just doing like respectability politics shit. Guajad AB is just a small bean. Well, fuck you, Cheddar. Fuck you and fuck off. Go suck Bad Empanadas cock or something. Because you know that that's not what I was fucking saying. You don't fucking care. You don't care. Fuck you and fuck off. Suck my fucking dick from the back. Jeez Louise, you disgusting fucking piece of shit. Fuck off, literally. Fuck you, fuck off. Purge. Fuck all Bad Empanada chatters. Fuck them. Fuck you. I'm still correct. 100%. I stand by what I said. Never once, at one point, have I said that the AB was good. Never once, at one point, did I say AB was small bean and didn't deserve criticism. Find me a time. Saying that when you're criticizing AB is crazy. That's what I'm saying. Did you mention it like 20 times a day? Mention what? Like quite literally, consistently, I said you can criticize AB. Also, your opinion is allowed to change over time with things unfolding. Like hindsight is 2020. But even then, nothing I said contradicts me saying that AB is bad. That AB can be criticized. Oh, I did say that consistently. I said AB can. I defended Chatter's rights to criticize AB. Right? I did. I think he can be criticized. I think he's doing respectability politics shit. Right? He's doing the whole like, oh, you're making white people look at black people bad. Right? You're a bad example for the white people. You know what I mean? The way you're acting is making the white people look at us badly and poorly. That's what he's doing. And it's gross. Right? And it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing. But to sit here and act like I said the exact opposite of what I've been saying consistently, and that you can criticize AB, right? You should criticize AB. This is not a unique take. This is not what I've been saying, or what's not what I've been saying. Right? But y'all, again, are so hopped up on trying to be like, oh, my guy is good, your guy is bad, right? That you are literally in your delusional world. You argue with delusions.
Great job.
Okay, so that is Abdullah Yard right there, known as AB/Starkiller, denouncing another Arab for not conforming to Zionist standards of what a good Arab should be. Now, to be clear, a Zionist standard of what a good Arab should be is dead, enslaved, or at least on the other side of the world to the point that they're not their problem anymore. So he's basically saying there that you are a barbaric Arab if you at all are actually opposed to them, if you call them out or anything, if you're not just obedient and silent as he is in every single H3 podcast episode, if not openly, because he does actually speak up quite a bit to like be a token Arab for Ethan's Zionist propaganda. This man, to be very clear, he sat there in silence as Ethan went on that unhinged rant about the fucking Arabs. He said absolutely nothing. In fact, you can bet that during that moment, before and after it, he was straight up sending Ethan Klein Zionist.
Wasn't chosen identity still unknown. Okay, well, come back when the identity is known. What are we supposed to do? We're to sit here and just to think and wait.
Hinge rant about the fucking Arabs. He said absolutely nothing. In fact, you can bet that during that moment, before and after it, he was straight up sending Ethan Klein Zionist propaganda articles to read verbatim uncritically. Which is
I don't think he's incorrect until he just, again, starts arguing on his delusions.
Absolutely nothing. In fact, you can bet that during that moment, before and after it, he was straight up sending Ethan Klein Zionist propaganda articles to read verbatim
Why? Is it not bad enough that he's doing respectability politics shit to another Arab content creator, saying you're making us look bad to the Zionists? Is that not enough? Is that not enough? Why must we then like speculate that like, oh, AB's probably the worst person on the podcast? Like, I feel like it diminishes the criticism. I feel like we're leaving the actual good critique that we could actually talk about and spend some time on to our fantasy land where we could be like, oh, AB's killed my dog and cat or whatever. Like, I feel like him doing respectability politics shit is important. It's important to talk about. Right? But then you'd be like, oh, now we must, AB, while he was doing this, and right after, he was probably sending Ethan more Hosmer articles. Like,
critically, which attempts to justify the genocide of Palestinians, who, are Arab. But hey, he's one of the good ones. He's showing the Zionists that Arabs aren't all barbaric. His aim seems to be the last one standing, the last one to be killed, the last one enslaved, the last one.
Here, so you may already addressed it, but considering AB as a researcher and fact checker, you can at least criticize the researcher and fact checking team of the H3. They're all researchers and fact checkers, chat. All of them. Every single person on the crew. This is not unique to AB. They've all done researching and fact checking. They've all sent Ethan Klein shit. They've all sent him links. They've all that's the entire podcast. That's the entire podcast. We don't know how in depth AB is in sending Ethan Klein links. We don't know what link you're sent. We just don't know. Calling AB researcher is like calling Frogan head mod. Exactly. Dan is more producer though during the show. I think no, Dan 100% sends Ethan Klein shit. 100%. Like I think it's stupid speculation because maybe AB is like the person who was like searching through Google for like articles and shit. Like maybe we just don't know. And I feel like it's stupid to argue on what we don't know when there is enough to criticize AB about, right? When there's enough to criticize AB about without getting into the weeds about like how much research he does. Obviously, they call him head researcher, but I also agree with you. We just don't know. We do not know like the in-depth amount of like. There's no way to make the claim that AB sends Ethan most of the pro-Israel articles. There's just not. There's no way to know. And I think it detracts from the claim by focusing on stupid shit like what percentage, what is the ratio of, the amount of articles that AB versus Love versus Olivia versus Dan versus Nate versus Zach sends to Ethan. There's just no way of knowing. We know he's a head researcher, but I don't think he sends him the articles you're talking about. Well, that's the point that Bada Banana is making. My point is that we just don't know. Okay, fair. Thank you for your response. I don't know. I just think it's the whole podcast we got to critique and not just Ethan in a way. I agree with you, right? I do agree with you, right? But you have to critique them on like what they are actually doing. There is enough to critique AB on that we don't have to like speculate that he's, you know, sending Ethan all the articles about pro-Israel propaganda or whatever. You feel me? AB has done enough on camera. Like a good example, I literally just commended Bad Empanada, right? I commended Bad Empanada for bringing up, what's it called? AB sitting there in silence where Ethan was going on his racist tirade, right? That is a good point. That is something that we saw directly. Ethan Klein went on a racist tirade about the Arabs, right? The fucking Arabs. And then AB just sat there and let it happen. That is worthy of criticism. That is something that we should be critiquing. Why are we focusing on something else? Like AB's sending Ethan all of the pro-Israel articles when there is enough in our face that we can be focusing on. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. It's just that's my point. Is that I don't think that is effective. That is an effective thing to bring up. You feel me? Who claimed he was sending all of them? Bad Empanada just did. Twice. Two separate times claimed that AB sent 99% of all the pro-Israel articles. Again, my point is that he's not doing that. My point is not that he's not doing that. My point is that we don't know, and it's like not worth getting into because it's not like a relevant topic of discussion. Who's job? We don't know who it is yet. Then come back when we know who it is. Gosh darn it.
Murdered, the last one expelled. He's going to show them that Arabs can be what they want them to be. Obediently expelled and marginalized for the benefit of the Israeli Zionist ethno-supremacist state. Good on you, man. It's just obscenely racist to use Zionist standards for what constitutes barbaric or not barbaric from an Arab.
Like, that's fair. That's entirely fair. That's entirely fair. Like, I think that is an entirely fair take to have. Right? He was doing respectability politics shit. He was doing like, oh, what about, you have to think about what Zionists think about us, and you're making us look bad. You're making us look bad in front of them. Like, that's gross. That's gross, and that's worthy of criticism. That is a thing that he said on his platform that we should focus on and we should criticize. 100%.
Against an Arab person. Honestly, that is absurd. And
basically inferred that if it's the worst stuff Ethan shares, the rest assured that it came from AB. It's a cop out for Ethan, in my opinion. I agree.
He sits self-righteously in his bathtub, slurring drunk through his veneer, saying that is just comical. It's not even offensive. No one could be offended by this guy. His job is already to sit there obediently.
AB Van and many other Arab fans on purpose. He's whack. I agree. No, I completely agree. Right? Again, I'm not defending AB. Right? I'm critiquing as the chatter said earlier, critiquing the strategy by the way we approach this conversation and how I don't think it's effective to do some of the things that Bad Empanada is doing. That's really it. I think we can approach this more effectively. You know what I mean? And that's the critique that I am levying. And again, the funniest part is because like chatters are doing what Bad Empanada is criticizing Hasan chatters for doing. Right? Hasan Biker fans are literally the most pathetic people imaginable. They straight up start crying and sobbing the second you say something 100% true about him that isn't glowingly positive. Fucking pathetic. People who treat politics like it's a soap opera. Like, his fans are doing this shit. Like, you say something that's not like unilaterally positive about Bad Empanada. He's like, oh, leave Bad Empanada alone. You don't understand his humor. You don't understand his humor. You don't get him. You don't understand him. He's misunderstood. Leave him alone. He's not your enemy. Like he's doing the same shit. He's right. I'm Palestinian and Bada is weird right now in the story. He's right, but also just too edgy and blaming the Hasan fans for getting mad when his fans do the same. Exactly. Like, I don't have a problem with like I'd say I have a problem with like both fan bases doing stuff like this, but like why? Like, it doesn't matter, right? It feels weird to like point at a fan base doing something that your fan base is also doing when like neither fan base should be doing either of them, but both fan bases are doing it, both of them. Like, Bada Banana is not infallible. He's not like immune to critique. You don't have to agree with my critique, right? But to act like the mere presence of critique is inherently invalid because it's bad empanada, right? I think it's silly. I think it's silly. Yeah, the same way Hasan isn't immune to critique. And I've critiqued both. I've critiqued a lot of people, chat. A lot of people that I like. I critiqued Hasan. I've critiqued FD Signifier, right? In certain instances. I've critiqued a lot of people, right? And there's people who've critiqued me. I don't have to agree with the critiques, but I acknowledge that the critiques are there, right? And I don't expect my chatters to yell at other people, right, for critiquing me by the proxy of me just existing, right, and doing critique. You feel me? I think everybody is able to be critiqued. You don't have to agree with every critique, right? But allowing the critique to exist, internalizing it and being like, okay, I don't agree with this, but it's there. I understand what you're saying. It's one thing. I think we just ascended so deep into parasocial behavior that these people have to defend their favorite content creators like they are their mothers. Everyone is worthy. Everyone is worthy of critique. It doesn't matter how in line we are with the political views. This should not be a unique take. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Bada Banana is not perfect. He's prone to trolling the same way Hasan is prone to being too charitable, in my opinion. 100%. 100%. 100%. Bada Banana thinks that Podge is about making true statements rather than appealing to emotion, but also blatantly lies about people. I have to say that he needs to stop and take a look in the mirror at some point. I mean, not even. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, Bada Banana needs to do this in the way that I think is valid or whatever. I will levy my critique, right? He doesn't have to engage with critique if he doesn't want to. He can keep doing what he wants to do, right? I don't care what he does. You feel me? I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, like Bada Banana needs to do this in the way that I demand he do this. I think people who do that also are cringe, right? People who are like, Hasan must do this in my way, or he's not useful to the movement. I think it's cringe, right? Like, I will critique Hasan. I will say that I think that he can be doing things more effectively, and I will levy my critique, right? He doesn't have to take my critique. I talked to Hasan about this, right? About like the Dean Withers stuff, right? He understands my take. He doesn't agree with it, and that's fine. That's fine. That's totally chill, right? But I had like Hasan chatters yelling at me for the mere proxy of me levying my critique. It's not chill. Does Bada Banana ever respond well to criticism? I don't know. My point is, as Hannah Montana said, nobody's perfect. Right? Nobody's perfect. And everybody is available to be critiqued. Right? You were so right about Dean Dow. I'm right about everybody. Let's be entirely real. Let's be entirely real. There's not many things that I'm wrong about. Or many people that I'm wrong about. Because I do try, and this is where it comes from, chat. Right? I will say this. It comes from just trying to be fair. Right? Trying to be fair. Like, even here, there are people who want me to burn Bada Banana, right? But I will be fair. I will say where I think Bad Empanada is effective. I will say when his rhetoric, right, is effective. I will levy critique where I think it's ineffective, right? But I am a fair person. And Bad Empanada gets the same level of charitability that Dean Withers gets. I will be fair to Dean, right? I will levy critique against Dean, but I will say things that I think are good. I mean, too charitable. I'm being very fair. I say it with Hasan. I will be fair to Hasan. I will levy critique at Hasan. What did Dean do? I'm not even relitigating it. Right? Because I acknowledge that nobody is infallible and that everybody can do things better, including myself. Right? And that I think more people, right? I think more people should be more open to allowing their content creators to be flawed, right? And to accept critique, maybe not agree with it, maybe not change their behavior, but accepting their critique and taking what they will from it, right? You take what you will from Bad Empanada without like attaching yourself at the hip, right? You take what you will from Hasan without attaching yourself at the hip. Take what you will from FD Signifier without attaching yourself from the hip, right? Take what you will from, I don't know, who's another? Like, you got Nick without attaching yourself at the hip. Appreciate how level-headed you are. Comment Sean W. Thank you, Peden. Pope was selected, but we don't know who it is. I hope it's a woke Pope. Basically, don't stand. Essentially, don't stand, right? But here's the important part is that I also extend this level of fairness to my haters, right? I'll extend that level of fairness to AB. I'll extend it to Ethan, right? The problem is that Ethan is just never correct, right? So it seems like I'm always harsh on Ethan, but Ethan's just never correct. He's just never right. I will extend a level of charitability to Ethan if Ethan was ever right on anything, and he's not. He's not. Like, my haters get an extension of fairness too, of nuance as well, right? Even with Ela, like I extend a level of charitability to Ela, even being someone who served in the IOF and someone who like volunteered to go on a raid. If Ela were to have changed her mind and regretted her service, I would have been fair to her. I would have acknowledged the harm that she caused. I would have acknowledged that she acknowledged that she was causing harm and that she's going to grow to be better. But she didn't. She didn't do that. Like, I would extend this charitability and this fairness to people if they were actually doing things that I think were good, and they just don't, because they are bad people. Not saying that they can't be good, but they are bad people. If your goal is to blindly follow a streamer or influencer in general, you're not going to appreciate Sean's criticism, but it might save these people from future disappointment. Ironically, yeah. There's no creator. I 100% back. All y'all are on perpetual thin ice. I am perpetual thin ice with myself. No one got Rennie's hands. True. True. It's like people critiquing Hasan for not conceding to Ethan during the debate. Like, why would you even give him anything if he's wrong about everything? Yeah. True. Like, why could you never concede 1 point to Ethan? Because he's wrong on everything. That's why. He's never correct. Hasan isn't usually wrong, but he's definitely can be criticized. That's definitely subjective, I would say, because we all have different perspectives. You feel me? Yeah, I was saying during the stream the other day, it's offensive to the way they act like our communities are all just dummies and can't think for ourselves. There are some of that. There's some of that anywhere. But I think most of the people that are being put up as reps of the communities are not representative of the general vibe, that they're being as loud and there's no one that can tell me what to believe. Yeah. You see Ethan's donation where we try to get Hasan to concede? Yeah, I did look at it. What did Katie say? I started doing socials, organizing IRL. It's really enlightening to see what my comrades know of. That while my comrades know of who Hasan, Ethan, Bad Empanada, etc. are, then I actually watch them. FD is truly right, talking about leftists versus leftist fans. Yeah. Anyway, that very deep into the conversation. But let's continue.
Totally in the control of a 5'5" Zionist stick figure high on a Zempic all the time. Getting offended by him is kind of impossible. What he said was offensive, but taking it from him, you just can't really get offended by it because he's already so pathetic. Like, Ethan Klein himself is beyond pathetic, and this guy is even more pathetic. Abdul Ayad has previously complained that I called him a house slave. Ethan Klein constantly brings up that I called him a house slave as if, like, that's just transparently, self-evidently wrong. I want to take that back, though, and I want to deeply apologize for what I said to house slaves, because it's a completely unapt comparison. Abi Ayad is not like a house slave. House slaves were forced into that position. They might have been privileged and treated better than others.
This is okay. I agree with this. Like, I agree with this. I actually do agree with this. This is exactly what I said earlier, and that I do think it wasn't an apt comparison because, like, house slaves were not given the choice. Like, he's not wrong about this, right? Like, he is correct about this, and this was one of my chief criticisms of Bad Empanada, right? I think it's not the only issue with the term and the phrase, but I think one of the biggest issues is that it was the implication that, like, house slaves were, like, given a choice and not forced into the home, right? You know what I mean? It's like it's feeding into the white supremacist narrative to draw a distinction between people in the field and people in the houses, right? In order to kind of elevate the people in the houses as though they are better at a higher status, right? But it's not a choice that was actively done by the people who were put in the houses. They were still put in the houses for a reason, right? So it was not an accurate comparison. And so I think this is, I think he's correct here, right? I think this is a very fair apology.
Abi Ayad is not like a house slave. House slaves were forced into that position. They might have been privileged and treated better than other slaves, but ultimately they were still slaves. They didn't really have that much of a choice.
Also, and I want to point out, I criticized Bad Empanada's use of house slaves weeks ago, and there were chatters coming in here, right, telling me that he said nothing wrong. But here is Bad Empanada apologizing. I'm just... Maybe let this be a lesson. Let this be a lesson that your creators are not infallible and that they can be wrong and incorrect. And that's okay. That's fine. And I am fair. And I told you that I was fair to Bad Empanada too. I was fair to criticizing him. I think he's using it more as a bit. No, I think he's being sincere in his apology. I think he's still using it to attack AB, right? I think his apology here is sincere in that, like, he does not think, I think he genuinely does not think it's an apt comparison, right? But again, we'll see. I'll let him finish.
Abi Ayad is not a slave. Abi Ayad is an employee. He can quit his job and go get another job. So he's not like a house slave at all. He's also not like a capo, because ultimately capos, while they did betray their fellow concentration camp inmates,
Hasan me, thank you for the tier 1.
They were still concentration camp inmates. Abi is not an inmate. He's not a slave. He's there by choice. If there is a term to use for someone like him who does this by choice, for collaborators like this, none of them come to the top of my head right now, so I'd like to coin one here. Abi Ayad is an Abi Ayad. This is the new hot term for collaborators just like him. Now, he said in the past, hey man, I'm just trying to feed my family. What I'm doing here is morally neutral. I'm just doing this for the money or whatever. If you were doing this for the money, then why are you, on your own volition, making a video in a bathtub where you accuse other Arabs of being
I do actually agree with this as well. Seems like he's not apologizing seriously, but not correcting himself seriously. I think I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him. He walked back his rhetoric, right? You feel me? He walked back his rhetoric, and I think he adequately described why the phrase wasn't accurate, right? I'll give it to him. Like he addressed the concerns that I had about the term. You feel me? Son, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Also, you did a channel point that does not exist right now. But much appreciated. He didn't address that he's not black, which is why he didn't address all of my concerns, which is what I said. But he did contrast one of the concerns that it was not an apt comparison. I still do believe, right, which is why I want to see the rest of the video, that like I don't think somebody who is outside of one's community, you feel me, should be making distinctions about who or what somebody's identity is. Again, if you're not black, you don't get to revoke somebody's black card type beat. In the same way, if the Arab community wants to be like, oh, you know, AB is a race traitor or whatever, like I can't sit here and be like, oh no, that's not, you know, that's not true or accurate, because like I'm not a part of that community, right? But I'm also, as somebody who's not Arab, going to be like, oh, you are a race traitor, you've abandoned the Lebanese people or whatever. Like I don't have the right to make that distinction. You feel me? I think that still exists. In the vlog video, he makes an argument for AB being groomed by Ethan, seeing as though he started off making Ace 3 defense videos and got hired at 18. And I just don't know how appropriate that is. I don't know. I haven't seen it. No, Carl was not on. Jeez Louise. Okay, y'all can stop doing the channel point. No channel point thing works right now. Yeah. I'm too late to turn it on. So mods refund all the points. Or not, honestly. It's fine.
Barbaric for not conforming to the Zionist standards of what an Arab should be, which is
dead.
I
can do that
obviously.
I can turn on my auto-tune though. Okay, let's continue.
You're totally in on this, and it wouldn't be okay even if you standards of what an Arab should be, which is dead. Obviously, you're totally in on this, and it wouldn't be okay even if you are just sitting there meekly for a paycheck, because you'd still be enabling this. He tries to frame himself as like
I also don't think that's incorrect. That's my criticism of AB. Like, just existing as like, you know, I can, okay, so I have to turn it off so I can think. I can contextualize why he would be doing this for a paycheck, but that's not an endorsement. I think it's still worthy of criticism for, you know what I mean? Still worthy of criticism for doing that for a paycheck. This is a 26-minute video about Trump. I feel like he just wanted me to watch Breaking Points.
a poor working class man desperate to put food on the table for his starving family. He's making 6 figures minimum off this. Not even to count like the other social media money that he makes off the fame that he has generated from this podcast. He could leave at any time. He could quit at any time. He doesn't though, because he likes to be there. He likes to be the token Arab. He likes to be the smiling Arab face to Ethan Klein's genocidal Zionist propaganda. He likes to be...
Like, I wouldn't go that far, right? I do acknowledge the coercive aspect under capitalism, that like it's not as simple as just quit your job. I think he should have quit, right? But I acknowledge that it's not that simple, right? Number one. And number two, it is a speculation that he like enjoys to be treated like this, right? I don't have evidence that that's the case. I can't tell, or I can't speak directly to what, AB's thought process behind it is. So I can't make that distinction. He earns a lot. He could quit. Like, I don't think you understand. Like, it doesn't matter. There's still a coercive element of capitalism. Like, this is theory, right? There is still a coercive element under capitalism, right? For this overarching system, you feel me? That pushes people to act in specific ways, right? We can think that it is necessary for him to quit. And I do think that. Again, I have to remind you that I do think that he should quit. But I also acknowledge that it's still coercive trying to keep him there in the first place. Exactly. There's always coercion and manipulation and working conditions to make workers act against our own needs. Exactly. Exactly. Right? And I think that's an important thing to acknowledge. Right? It doesn't absolve him, but it does exist and it is there. You feel me?
NP Sharky gifted a tier 1 sub to Kintu. They have given
NP Sharky, thank you for the
293
gifted
gift
sub.
subs in the channel.
He did say that he doesn't like being a chess piece, but whatever. We don't know his mindset. He's also been there for a while, so it may just be more than a job for him. Yeah, we just don't know. Which is why my point is, like, I feel like this, like, it doesn't like feed into or doesn't help to add this like speculative element. You know what I mean? It's not, especially for like an employer-employee dynamic. It doesn't help to add a speculative element to be like, oh, you probably like being treated like this in the first place. Like, what does that add? Genuinely asking, what does that add to the argument? What does it add? I don't know what it adds. Because it's purely speculative. It's not based in like, you know, material reality. What does it do? To shame ad hominem? It's just shit slinging? Yeah. Which, if you could understand, right, that it's just slit slinging, if you understand that, I don't, like, that's fine. He must like his job to some extent. Yeah, but we don't know what that means. He gets paid a lot of money, Chad. He might like the money. You don't to sit here and say that he enjoys his time being used as a mouthpiece for Zionism is a bit of a stretch. You know what I mean? That he likes to be pimped out by his boss and using his Arab identity to shield his boss's racism is a bit of a stretch. That is a stretch that I don't think we need to make to criticize him. Right? Sure, but if we're speculating that he probably feels stuck to, like, we don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we don't know. We don't know. We have no clue, which is why I think it's a dumb thing to get into. You can't say that Ethan enjoys using him as a defensive Zionist. You can say that. Ethan has demonstrated that. I was running to the chatter. I agree with you. Oh, okay. And then I gets more into the longer video. Listen, I'm not watching the longer video. I'm being entirely real.
The smiling Arab face to sit there obediently as Ethan Klein rants about the fucking Arabs, as if they're a hive mind collective, like how a neo-Nazi would talk about the Jews. There is no insult for this position that I know of. There is nothing that I would use to aptly describe someone in the situation that he is in. He's a collaborator, sure, but that's not an insult. It's just sort of a statement of fact. And he and Ethan will complain that I'm saying this about him. They'll say to the son, oh my God, but he called AB a house slave. He called him a collaborate, all of this stuff. But they can never actually explain why that's wrong. They can't explain why he's not those things. Because he is those things. I can explain why he's not a house slave. I already did. He's worse than a house slave. Way worse. But they'll never try. They'll never try to refute me. They'll just repeat what I said as if it's self-evidently wrong. As if you shouldn't be allowed to say it. Yet I can explain perfectly, precisely how it's accurate. So, yeah, Ethan Klein talks about the Arabs in the way that a neo-Nazi...
He means that he doesn't have... He's saying that house slaves don't have a choice to be in the house, where AB has a choice as to whether or not he's staying in on the H3 podcast or not. I understand the point that he's making. You know what I mean? When's the Pope reveal? I don't know. Chat will come in and spam me. Chat will come in and be like, woke Pope or not woke Pope. New Pope just dropped. Do we know who the Pope is? No, okay, we'll put it. It's literally the first message. Nobody reads the pen chat. Nobody reads it. Woke Pope? Question mark. Question mark, question mark. Question mark, question mark. It didn't drop yet? Then what are we doing here? People care about the Pope. I do want to know if the Pope is woke or not. All right, it's very interesting. To be fair, but until we know if the Pope is woke or not, I don't know what you want me to do about it. What if he's black, then he's DEI? AB did push back a tiny bit when Ethan was doubling down saying something Arabs the other day when they were talking about the debate. I don't know. I was giving grace to the crew for a while, but I honestly don't know if I can't keep giving them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I don't give them any benefit of the doubt.
Nazi talks about the Jews, and this is extremely worrying and terrible because these sorts of conspiracy theories, these sorts of anti-Semitic tropes are literally being weaponized against Palestinians right now to justify genocide. And that is what Ethan Klein is doing here by spreading them. And that is what A.B. Ayad is helping to enable by sitting there obediently as Ethan Klein does this, as the smiling Arab face, signing off on Ethan Klein's genocidal Zionist propaganda. Not just signing off on it, but actively sending him Zionist propaganda articles to parrot to justify the genocide.
Like, there's no evidence for that. Like, I literally, it's like, okay, like, okay, makes sense. And then it just goes off into like wild speculation that there is no evidence for it. I'm just like, why? Why? Like, he was totally correct that AB sitting there and like tacitly endorsing what Ethan Klein is saying is bad. But he has to be like, no, it's actually worse than you think, because he's actually sending him these articles. Because he has the title of researcher.
These sorts of anti-Semitic tropes are literally being weaponized against Palestinians right now to justify genocide. And that is what Ethan Klein is doing here by spreading them. And that is what A.B. Ayad is helping to enable by sitting there obediently as Ethan Klein does this. As
I understand this. I agree with this.
The smiling Arab face signing off on Ethan Klein's genocidal Zionist propaganda. Not just signing off on it, but actively sending him Zionist propaganda articles to parrot to justify the genocide. So
there's no evidence for that one. Like, unless I've missed it. Unless Chat knows something that I don't, and Bad Empanada knows something that I don't. Like, we're just speculating based on his title of researcher that he sends Ethan, like, Zionist propaganda articles. Maybe the researcher, he's the one sending the articles, Ethan articles. No, we don't know. We don't know. We know that Dan also sends Ethan shit. Like, we don't know. We don't know. We have no idea. We have no clue, which is why I think it's stupid to talk about. It may be true, or it may not be true. We have no idea, which is why I think it's stupid to talk about in the first place. It's dumb to talk about in the first place. Because we don't know. We don't know. The Paid Library coverage keep going. Dude, thank you. I appreciate it. Kilo is the only one we have confirmed. Does that. We just don't know, which is why I feel like it's not necessary to bring up as though it's a fact, right? And if Bad Empanada was stating it as though it is speculation, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with it, right? But he states it as though it is fact, right? And if you're going to state things as though it is fact, you have to state so with evidence, right? If he says it is my speculation because he's a researcher that he is sending these articles, it will be one thing, but he's like, no, AB does send him these articles. Where someone chat is pushing back because they're trolling and they're bored and they're looking to be contrarian sometimes. No, chat's always a good faith. They wouldn't do that to me.
Oh yeah, what else is there to say about these people? Be on the lookout throughout the rest of this week.
I think it's way more likely that it's Giardia, who's also a researcher. We just don't know. And I think that again, if this was like a situation where we had nothing on AB or whatever, and you were trying to like vie for something, that would be one thing. But like, we have enough to criticize AB on from what the words he says and what he's doing, right, on camera. I feel like Bad Empanada spent more time talking about AB sending Ethan Klein articles with no evidence than AB doing respectability politics shit, right? And ceding to Zionist framing about the Arabs. I think he spent more time claiming that AB was sending Ethan Klein articles that he did spend on like, you know, AB doing like, you know, respectability politics and being like, oh, you're acting like the barbaric Arab they want us to be. And that's, I feel like it's not effective. I was about to more in the longer video, but this isn't the longer video. Why are we spending so much of this video on speculation? You have to see like a longer video to get into like the actual like important distinctions here. And that's what my critique is. That does a much better job in the longer video. I understand that an hour is a bit ridiculous to react to for Osbers, but of not much consequence. Yeah. Another thing is, Benabana's point is also very prone to be misconstrued. He's singling out AB because of his ethnicity. Like, I think it's fair to point out the way that Ethan is using AB and AB's identity, right, in order to, you know, defend Israel. I think that is a fair critique to make, but it's more of a critique of Ethan than it is of AB. And this is my point, which I wanted to watch the entire video, right? And that is, Ethan, in this situation with AB, I think that's fair. AB is also the loudest voice outside of the podcast itself. Come on, chatter. You cannot try to compare the H3 podcast with AB's like 100,000, you know, freaking YouTube channel. They're not at all comparable. They're just not. Replying to the commenter, not you. Then you gotta be more I don't know what the word is. Clear. If you've here been enjoying your fair commentary on this, I try, right? But I just feel like, and this is what I didn't get from this video from Bad Empanada, is we're not addressing Ethan being racist by using AB's identity to shield himself from criticism of his Zionism, right? We're talking about Ethan Klein's Zionism, and we're talking about AB using his own identity to shield Ethan Klein, but not Ethan Klein using AB, right, in that way. That's the next video. Is it the hour-long? I'm not watching the hour-long video. I'm not doing it. That's too long. Too long. I don't know. I'm joking. Okay. Jeez Louise, chatter. I'm too autistic for your jokes. Anyway. That's my point. I feel like we're essentially kind of like scapegoating Ethan in this regard to attack AB. Right? Out of everyone on the crew besides Lena, AB should be the most well-informed in Israel Palestine situation and aware of the arguments that Ethan are using wrong such races, but instead he defends Ethan and sticks with them, which is bad, which is worthy of criticism, right? But my point is directly, right? My point is directly that Ethan is still the boss. He is the boss. He signs the checks. His name is on the freaking podcast. And he has agency. And he is using that agency to pick up AB and use AB as a shield to deflect from criticism, right? We can criticize, right? We can criticize AB for allowing himself to be picked up 100%, right? But we have to criticize the person doing the picking up. Ethan is the person who's being racist by using his Lebanese employee to deflect criticism in this way in the first place. And I feel like that's being kind of skipped over a little bit. I think that's more effective to talk about. But again, I think AB is the easier target because he's a smaller creator than Ethan is, and people see blood in the water. That's my take. That's my take. How do you have such a reasonable take? I'm not saying that people expect AB to be better than Ethan, which is a fine expectation to have, right? And you can believe this, right? But like, you have to look at the impact. Just genuinely, AB's impact is just smaller than Ethan's is, right? AB's like footprint is smaller than Ethan's footprint is. You know what I mean? And so you can expect AB to be better than Ethan, but still acknowledging, again, bring it back to my analogy. It's like expecting the black person to like, you're a black man. I expect you to be better than to not be friends with the racist. You have more smoke than the black person who like is friends with the white guy who says the N-word than the white guy who's saying the N-word. Right? I think it's fine to criticize the white guy the black guy who's friends with the white guy who's saying the N-word. That's fine. And I think that's worthy of criticism. But why are we not criticizing the white guy who's using his black friend as a way to say the N-word? The white guy who's like, I have a black friend, I can say it, right? That's a racist act. That is a racist act. It is racist. And when he says that, you then look at it like, oh, you're a black guy. Why are you here in the first place? Instead of being like, well, it's kind of racist for you to use your black friend to justify your own racism. You know what I mean? I think you should do both. But I don't see anybody criticizing Ethan for using AB in this way. Right? I don't see anybody criticizing Ethan for weaponizing his Lebanese employee. At least not to the same extent as like we're yelling at freaking AB. Right? I feel like we should be doing both. And I feel like one would be more impactful because Ethan has a larger audience. Ethan has a larger audience, so it would be more impactful if we spend time calling out his racism and using his employee that way, as opposed to like what's very easy to just be like, oh, AB is like a race traitor, as like chatters were saying. And Dan's right there. Dan's worse than AB is. Gosh freaking darn it, bro. Dan's worse than AB is. It would be like yelling at like Olivia, be like, oh, you're a, which people do, like, be like, oh, you're a woman and Ethan's a misogynist and you're still at this show or whatever. Like, that's a fair criticism, but like, Ethan's the misogynist here. You gotta criticize Ethan's misogyny if Ethan's like, oh, Olivia, tell them how I'm not a misogynist. Right? You gotta criticize Ethan using his employees as his shields. I think that's a tad bit, not even much, but just a tad bit more impactful than the employees being the shields themselves. Feel me? Has Bada made a damn video? I don't know, maybe. I just don't see people talking about Dan as much. Right? And again, I do have to point out, AB kind of did this to himself. AB has put himself in a position where he's hated by the H3 audience because he does a little bit of pushback, but like he doesn't do nearly enough pushback, so now he's hated by the Starkers and he's hated by the anti-H3 audience. He's sufficiently wedged himself between the rock and the hard place, and so I don't feel bad for him. I'm not defending AB here. He has sufficiently wedged himself between the rock and the hard place. Like, don't, like, what are we doing? I'm just saying that I think it's more effective, right? And more important to call out Ethan for using his employees as a shield in this way. You know? You're the guy saying the N-word, the guy handing a microphone, and then the black guy who's at best just works there, and instead of getting mad at the first two, you get mad at the black guy. Yeah. Which I think you should get mad at the black guy, but you should get mad at all of them. And I just don't see that level of smoke for Dan. I think a lot of people have lost their good faith in the crew since so much time has passed. So much of what's been happening, they're still there despite other crew leaving. And I think that's a fair thing to criticize, right? I think that's a fair thing to criticize. You can criticize the crew, right? And maybe this is just a disagreement that I have with some people, and that is, I think Ethan weaponizing his employee and their identity, right, to justify his pro-Israel propaganda is worse than AB allowing himself to be weaponized. That's my overarching point, right? That is my overarching point. I think Ethan Klein weaponizing the identity of one of his employees to justify his pro-Israel propaganda is worse than AB allowing himself to be weaponized in this way. Not saying that it's good. I think Ethan Klein doing that is worse. Right? And I understand if you are Arab or Lebanese specifically, I understand why you would have a different take on that. I understand why you would feel differently about that. I would feel differently if there was a black person who was, being like, yeah, Ethan, Ethan, you can say the N-word or whatever on the podcast. I would feel differently, right? I may care more about that than Ethan specifically, because I am a part of that identity group, right? But from my perspective, that's how I go about it. It's worse for sure, but still feel like they're adults. When have I said that they're not adults? Like you're just agreeing with me. I mean, didn't he need? He didn't need to be greenlit before. True. I just really hate how he uses the whole "what do you want me to starve and be homeless" argument when talking about how Frogan didn't help the situation. And meanwhile, he just sat there. Ethan pushed for her to get banned for a whole month, which it's like a devastating amount, especially financially, especially in LA. Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. 100%.
Members go up is paying
100%.
$20. Fully agree. Only I think it's just that people go after those who claim to be pro-Palestine the most while spreading Hasbara. Zach gets the least smoke because he's much more of a clear Zionist. Dan speak as much. Ethan and AB say it the most.
Members go there for $20. I agree. Except I will say that Dan also claims to be like a socialist and stuff like that. Maybe not as much as anymore. So I do understand what you're saying. But Dan does try to be like, oh, I'm a freaking socialist, or and he speaks from like the socialist perspective. But I think he just has more impact on the show than like AB does. Right? I think he does. He just has more impact. But I do understand what you're saying. In conclusion, all the crew fucking suck. They all suck. I don't like any of them really. They've been there for too long for me to have any sort of charitability for what they are doing. I just think that there are minute ways that we can tweak our rhetoric to be more effective. Like, for example, being like, oh, AB's a house slave. As Beta Banana acknowledges, maybe it's not the best rhetorical choice. You know what I mean? That's my only point. Is that there are ways. Like, congrats, you're on a front page. Like, front page in what way? I may be on your front page as a recommendation. Like, we think you like these streamers. You give them a lot of charitability. That's very valid. And I still think if they leave, I think it will be a net positive. They may not be forgiven by a lot of people on the pro-Palestinian side, but I do think it will be a net positive if they leave, and they should still leave. They're critiquing I'm Gonna Start Rumors. Dan is an Eddie Iger fan and AB is allergic to cinnamon. Did y'all? Okay, this is completely separate. Did y'all? And we're gonna move on from this because I've talked about this enough. Did y'all see the ACP stuff? The discourse that was happening on Twitter? In the Black Brilliance tab, actually. Well, I'm always in the Black Brilliance tab. Yes, that was pretty funny. What's happening? Okay, basically what happened was Madeline Pendleton made a tweet. People got mad at the tweet. The end. I don't know. That's how else do you explain it? Why isn't there a white brilliance tab? Twitch? Exactly. Okay, actually, no. We'll end it off on this. Do you play chess? I always play chess. They have a bot army that harasses anyone who criticizes them? That's not surprising. I haven't seen that tweet, but Madeline is based. Basically, Madeline Pendleton made a tweet that was like, we're gonna have to kill all the ACP guys in 30 years, aren't we? Sad face or whatever. Venom's is suing Ethan, that's wild. Really? Good luck. I'm on Denim's side. You go see her stream.
Is legal counsel to social media commentator and content creator Denims. It has come to our attention that in response to an apparent Child Protective Services visit to your home in or around March 2025, you published numerous false statements on your YouTube channels, H3 Podcast and H3H3 Productions, which reach millions of viewers and listeners. Stating either that Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report about you, resulting in the improvident CPS visit to your home, or that Denims caused others to do so. Among other things you stated, on March 7th, Denims is participating in this CPS lie.
Is streaming.
On March 10th, Denims endorses this clearly. As you can see, she's not moderating this at all, and it's pretty much 100% of the comments saying, call CPS on them, their kids should be taken away. On March 11th, you repeatedly insinuated that Denims was responsible for the CPS call, labeling her, quote, the real villain of the video. You also stated she has been such a nasty, pathetic, lying, just such a horrible, disgusting person because you believed she was behind the CPS call. This is the obviously retracted version.
It's driving me crazy.
It's driving me crazy. That doesn't contain any...
The Pope revealed? Okay. Ah, jeez Louise. There's so much news. Okay. Is it a woke Pope, chat? That's all I want to know.
On April 18th, making reference to Denims, you said, quote, terrorist sympathizers who support CPS coming and taking my child.
Not woke? Sad. I can't tell who this is.
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum. Habemus papam. Eminentissimum.
Pope Parolin? Who's this guy? Is he woke? Bad Pope? No! He's woke. He's woke! W! I can't tell. Chat, just tell me if he's woke or not. That's all I want to know. Just tell me, is he woke or not? He's from Chicago? I can't tell if y'all are trolling or not. Okay, AP News, this isn't telling me if he's woke. He's seen as a moderate. Okay, was Pope Francis considered a moderate? Like, is he like? Because Pope Francis was woke, but was he considered a moderate? Skinny Pope, Skinny Pope. 70-year-old veteran diplomat was Francis' Secretary of State, essentially the Holy See Prime Minister. Though associated closely with Francis' pontificate, Parolin is much more demure in personality and diplomatic in his approach in leading the Argentine Jesuit served where he knows where the Catholic Church might need a course correction. Worst option? Pope reveal now on YouTube. We saw the Pope reveal. You know who it is now. Who are these guys? These ain't popes. Okay, that's just I was just telling me who. Isn't it this guy? With the YouTube chat? I don't have the YouTube open. This? Why do they keep saying free Diddy? Oh, my YouTube chat. Why? This is the one guy that says, "Are you homosexual?" Is that what you wanted me to see? He's a homophobic pope? No! Yes? Oh, that's funny. What? Chat lied. It wasn't even this guy. This was a different guy. Chat lied to me. Just in, new pope is Cardinal Robert Prevost. The first U.S. pontiff in history. He will be known as Leo the 16th. Doesn't this guy suck? 14th. I read it backwards. My bad. It's evil Pope? No!
And I'm aware that he uses his money to threaten other people legally.
No!
I'm aware that he's currently doing it to Noah Samson right
Pope not woke. Kinda he is sinner, they say. But he's American though. I wanted the woke Filipino Pope.
Cindy knows better than my lawyer.
Anyway.
So yesterday,
I'm not gonna hope he dies quickly. He's a conservative for sure. Boo! Boo! Okay, I stopped caring.
I got the website EthanKleinLied.com.
Not woke Pope. No. He's anti-female deacons and wishy-washy
Unfortunately,
on
because I was in
blessing
Texas,
marriage. Maybe he'll
trying to juggle.
Maybe he'll change his mind. I
Trying
don't know.
to juggle talking to other people in Texas, vacationing, workcationing. Haven't finalized all of the details here. But
Anyway, Ethan is being sued by Denims. We'll see. What's today? Thursday? Does he? No, is this a members only show? No show on Thursday. Well, we'll see afterwards. We'll see afterwards. This is a new video. That was a month ago video. No hope for the Pope. We may actually see who called CPS, and was it actually called? Maybe. If it comes out of Discovery, Discovery is not always public, but it is available to the jury to make their jury or the judge to make a decision. It's not a freaking criminal trial. So we still might not know, but it may be like made known. I've been saying at the beginning, if the majority thinks true, then he's not lying about the call. It most likely came from his pediatrician. He's from Chicago too. That's not terrible. Sorry, let's talk about the Pope. Here.
Your defamatory statements in reference to and about denims constitutes libel per se, a libel which is defamatory of the plaintiff without necessity of an explanatory matter, such as an inducement, innuendo, or other extrinsic fact, is said to be a libel on its face. Pertinent here, a statement charging someone of committing a criminal act, such as fabricating a criminal charge against another or making a false report to an official agency, is libel per se. Now, a lot of people have been concerned that defamation is difficult to prove damages for, but there is such a thing as per se. Which means that you don't have to prove
this whole time it's wild, and I've considered
or that damages are less important.
Certainly use the internet and could have easily seen or heard as a fan or a hater. Yeah, I've been saying this from the jump off rip. But Ethan did state in the debate that he didn't know who called CPS, even though he made a claim that it was snarkers. Are she gonna prove that she lost money due to Ethan's insane rants? No one takes him seriously outside of this community, and even that's questionable. Well, she literally just said it's libel per se, so you don't have to prove damages with libel per se. You just only have to prove the statements to be false and incorrect. It says defamatory statements in reference to and about denims constitutes libel per se, a libel which is defamatory to the plaintiff without the necessity or of explanatory manner, such as an inducement, innuendo, or extrinsic fact, is said to be libel on its face. I thought libel was written and slander was spoken. I don't forget. I'm not a lawyer. She probably has a good libel case. Doesn't mean it's for sure, but she has a shot. Again, I'm not a freaking lawyer, so. So yeah. I mean, I assume that she talked to a lawyer and she thinks she has a case. So I leave it up to the smarter people than I. Pretty sure a lawyer wrote this for her, so they probably know better than us. That's what I'm saying. So like we can sit here and litigate and be like, maybe she has a case, maybe she doesn't have a case. But again, I'm not a freaking lawyer. I want to see Discovery so bad. I don't think Discovery is always public. Here. Okay, let's finish this. I'm freaking tired. Let's finish this, and then we'll get to this is a 10-minute video too. You know what? Okay. I just don't want to talk about AB anymore. I've talked about AB enough. And it's me. I haven't said the AB video. I'm not even. It's already. I'm tired already. It's freaking 4 hours in. 2 sides of speed, all of it. There's also Ethan's video from yesterday. This is the problem. There's just so much content. Loner Box calls in. Hasan defending Houthis again. Finishing reacting to the IDubbbz content deputy. Like I can't keep doing this every day, chat. I need to have some fun. I need to have some fun at some point. You know what I mean? Like, I want to know about the Dr. Lupo chess situation. You feel me?
Gentlemen, just when we thought that we were running out of interesting stories in the chess world, a new drama has just dropped.
W, please pull me in. I can't keep doing Ethan Klein every day. Wait, is the Pope woke? The Pope is not woke. The Pope is not woke. Should we I'm going to just say 3 words repetitively as the video plays. I still haven't even gotten to the Asmon versus Hasan thing. Because apparently Hasan wanted to debate Asmon, but Asmon Gold declined, and Asmon Gold is saying that the Twitch should ban Hasan. Like, there's just too much happening, bro. There's too much happening. There's not enough time in the day. There's too much happening, and there's not enough time in the day. Could Asmon play the chess video? I do. I want to see what Asmon says. Okay, whatever. We'll see the chess video. Focus, chat. Focus.
So I would like to welcome back all incumbent and existing chess fans to the channel. And because this covers...
You know what? While this is going, I have an idea. Hold. Hold. Oh my goodness. Wait, okay. Hold.
There's kind of a popular streamer kind of in the main gaming community. Maybe we will have some new chess fans as well. Welcome. I'm Levy, Gotham Chess. This is the biggest chess channel on YouTube so far. Hopefully it stays that way. And I kind of have to make a video on the subject because it's a big deal. But I hope to give you a fair and honest assessment of the events that occurred. And we will have a pretty bright outlook into the future. Even though I'm the biggest chess channel, I don't like covering negative drama as much as people think. Like, I really couldn't care less about the viewership that, you know, ultimately comes in from this stuff. But I like to give an honest opinion of certain situations and my perspective, which is generally, you know, relatively normal. So, one sentence summary of this video. Dr. Lupo, very prominent streamer, content creator, gamer. I know him because he's been streaming for close to a decade. He's very famous also for raising money for St. Jude's. He's raised tons of money. He has very famous streams for that. He played in a chess tournament on chess.com called PogChamps, where streamers participate. He had a really monstrous performance against the top-seeded Wolfie, and ultimately his account was closed for fair play on chess.com, and he put out a social media post just before that explaining that he's actually withdrawing from the tournament because of something that he did, and he apologized for it. Also, as I'm recording this video, it's actually live streaming literally now. I popped in there for about an hour just to see what he's saying about the situation as well. And when this news first broke, I was like pretty shocked because I don't know much about the gaming community. I stick to chess, but I know that overall, my vague understanding is that Lupo's like a good dude. He's a husband. He's a father. He, like I said, raises money for charity, like big streams every year. So I was like, really? This happened?
Doesn't mean he can't cheat.
So I'm going to take you through the events, all right?
Doesn't mean he can't cheat. So in case you missed the chat, even though he just explained it, Dr. Lupo is a streamer. He cheated in chess. We're going to figure out why he cheated and what's happening now while I play some chess.
you're a new chess fan or an older chess fan, I'll tell you everything that led up to this. Then I will show you the games in question, the two major games that made it all over social media, and I'll give you my take on the situation. All right. Like I said, I hate making stuff like this because I've been involved in a drama way back in 2021. I was in the right. And
that's what they all say.
The whole thing that happened with
that's what they all say. Probably what should be in prison for this. Not gonna lie, I agree.
Indonesia and that whole thing, Dewa keep us, and I just don't like when people dogpile, and I don't want to feel like I'm dogpiling, but I feel like as the biggest chess channel, I have to cover what happened, and I have to, you know, have some.
Okay, is he actually the biggest chess channel, chat? Is he Denim Stream? Yeah, we saw Denim Stream. She's suing Ethan.
So yeah, what's the email at the bottom? This is the public email of the lawyer that Ethan Klein has, that he has publicly stated the lawyer that he has. This is.
Yeah. He makes bank off his website. Wait, Gotham Chess has a website that he makes bank off of? It's 1.7 million freaking followers on Instagram. Okay, never mind. Never mind. 6.3. Okay, never mind. Don't listen to me. Whatever happened to Hikaru? Is Hikaru around? Hey, Hikaru's like half his size, bro. Don't listen to me, bro. Dog is makes bank. Hikaru's still streaming? Does he stream on freaking Kick still?
Sort of outlook. So the games were played, and then this came out. I was asleep. It was like 4 a.m. Here in Spain, and Dr. Lupa posted regarding the chess.com PogChamps tourney. I had a lot of fun playing, but decided to drop out of the event to help maintain competitive integrity for those involved. Having the main stream up on my left monitor over the course of the day today to watch other games being played led to me getting move information I shouldn't have had. That's on me and no one else. That's my, F up. I apologize. You'd think I know better, but here we are. And then, he was mild.
I will say it is kind of funny to censor yourself on a YouTube video whether you can just edit, but okay.
Provoked and antagonized by the folks in the comments. Shout out Ludwig. And the streets that he is referring to are Reddit and social media. This post also got like a lot of people writing things like accountability. Sorry to hear that. Good on you for doing the right thing. More on that later. That's that's.
He shouted you out. Shut up, Chad.
Kind of a little silly in my mind. But then chess.com posted, Dr. Lupo has been closed for a fair play violation that occurred during today's PogChamps event. They didn't elaborate. He will be replaced in the consolation bracket before the start. We wish everyone the best tomorrow and remind everyone that anybody receiving help during a match is a violation of our fair play policy. So basically, he said that he was playing while watching the live stream chat, getting moves, and then ultimately, making them. And yeah. By the way, the chess world not satisfied with this. One of many outspoken folks, Grandmaster Andrew Tang, who posts like once a quarter on social media because he has a full-time job, I think. Really sad, how taking accountability seems to be difficult. Chess players know what you did. It's obvious you did the same thing in your other game against Wolfie. Like, have some respect and apologize properly. And like, this is where we, currently stand. Then I will touch on quickly how this happened 4 years.
Kala is sick. I'll say it.
Years ago, actually, in a very, very high-profile incident when Vishwanathan Anand from India did a charity simul, and Nikhil Kamath, who is a businessman in India, also had his account, I believe, closed for fair play violations, and ended up making some sort of, post where he said that the game was played for educational purposes, and then Vishy responded, and yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. So here's what I'm gonna say. However, people get assistance during a chess game, whether it's through an engine, which is just, Stockfish telling you the best move, inputting the moves, toggling the moves, having a person play on their account, whatever, or, reading chat. A lot of people are tempted to cheat in chess, especially beginners. And like,
No, I have no problem. This is the problem, right? I have no problem looking stupid. You feel me? If I'm gonna look stupid, I'm gonna look stupid. You feel me? Like I'm playing chess in front of you in this moment right now. No clue what I'm doing. You feel me? Like, and that's fine. You know what I mean? That's chill. I guess if you're in like a Twitch Rivals or whatever, like a PogChamps, the tournament, there's like a little bit of stakes not to go out like first. But like, it's okay to be bad at things. You know, bring back being bad at things. Bring back not being immediately goated.
Particularly in competitive settings, because it's a very difficult thing to get into, and it can be very, very, very frustrating to lose. Like, especially, you know, because it's a unique game, not like a first-person shooter, which makes you feel really, really dumb, makes you feel like worthless if you lose. It's true. Like, many people just cheat and don't even realize how bad it is. There was a Reddit post like 2 weeks ago in 2025 of a guy whose doctor told him he is a cheater on chess.com and was like, everybody cheats. Like, what's the big deal? It's just chess.
His doctor?
This guy's doctor. My first thought was like, can he cheat during surgery? Like, is he gonna like take shortcuts?
Well, I'm confused.
So I feel like that's what happened here.
Dr. Lupo? Wait, maybe I misunderstood what's happening. Sorry.
He's a cheater.
I'm so invested in this.
Chess.com, and a guy, don't even realize how bad it is. There was a Reddit post like 2 weeks ago in 2025 of a guy whose doctor told him he is a cheater on chess.com and was like, everybody cheats. Like, what's the big deal? It's just chess. This guy's doctor. My first thought was like, can he cheat during surgery? Like, is he gonna like take shortcuts? So I feel like that's what happened here. And again, I don't know Lupo. Obviously pretty solid dude outside of this. I think he just did something kind of dumb. It's really unfortunate, and whatever that ends up amounting to, you know, with the fan base and what they decide and take away from that, like, it's a mix. People are saying, glad you owned up to it, you know, still respect everything you do. Other people are like, you didn't own up to it enough.
I don't know. I did not think that went through. I did not think that went through.
That's not the real story, etc. That's where, you know, that's where the fan base and audience is split. Now, I will show you the games. I will just very quickly, again, elaborate on this thing. This was 4 years ago. This was a charity simul. It wasn't a money tournament. So before people in the comments say, this was a charity thing, and that was, you know, PogChamps does have prize money involved, although I think it might go to charity. You know, Nikhil comments said, yesterday was one of those days I dreamt of when I was a kid learning chess. You know, it's ridiculous. So many people are thinking that I really beat him in a chess game, almost like me waking up and winning a race against Usain Bolt. It's very normal in these high-profile cases of somebody winning against somebody else with a fair play violation that they sort of say like, well, I just did this. I didn't realize that's like my bad. But the chess community takes it very personally because they're like, you don't realize how it looks. You can't just say, well, you know, nobody thought I would win a race against Usain Bolt, right? And Vishy, to his credit, 4 years ago said, yesterday was a celebrity simul for people to raise money. It was a fun experience, upholding the ethics of the game. I just played the position on the board and expected the same from everyone. Kind of a non-statement, and then you sort of move on. Now, these are the games. This is the game that went viral, but the second game, the second game is what people are also talking about, and they're not happy about it. You know, they're not happy about these two games. And you know, in cases like this, which I will show you and then I will talk about a little bit more after, I do wish, like,
I should have moved this here. Because if I move this here, he couldn't take this. Right? So he'd have to move like this piece. And then I would have moved this here. Wait, no. Move this here. Wait. Move this here. Nah, that's what I did. I move this here. Then you would have had to move this piece. Because you couldn't take this piece. And then I moved this piece here. And I would have won. You know, it's fine. Or you know. Get a cow ready. Gotta start building your elo. Is the new poke anti-woke? Yes.
Like, I can't defend this on a...
He's American.
Ugh. On a chess level, on a professional level. I can only feel this sort of pain on a human level, which is what I'm saying. Like, beginners are very tempted to do stuff like this. Please don't. And the lesson here is just don't do it. Don't do any form of this because it's quite obvious, especially for beginners. And
you don't know me. I could cheat very well. You don't know me, Mr. Gotham Chess. I could cheat super well.
Losing sucks in chess, but we're all kind of in this together, you know? Like, I've played live stream events in video games where I'm terrible and I lost, and it was a terrible feeling. I sat for 4 hours.
On passant! Sorry. That was kind of unnecessary. My bad. My bad. But I did just hit an en passant real quick. That was crazy.
Just like losing again and again and again. And yeah, you know, I don't play that game anymore. So I can understand. Now, on that note, Wolfie is like 1400, monster of an opponent. And again, final thoughts will come at the end. Let's focus on the chess right now. The game opens with a Ponziani. This is the Ponziani. Great opening. I have a video, by the way, if anybody's watching this from like the gaming community, not big into chess.
That's a great opening. I have one of my favorites. What is the Ponziani? You wouldn't understand, chat. You wouldn't understand.
I have a video called The Best Beginner Chess Opening. It's a pretty good opening. All right. So Lupo played c3. Black went here. Pawn to d4, which is all very reasonable. This is all the opening. Whether it's memorized or not, it is what it is. The bishop goes to d6. Not a great move. Not a terrible move, but it's, you know, it makes sense. Wolfie's never seen this before, and Wolfie doesn't want to surrender the center of the board. Now, where this game gets interesting is, you know, we have development here, pawn capturing in the center, bishop giving a check to avoid these two pawns pushing forward. In general, having two pawns in the center of the board against none is very good, so just keep that in mind. Here, and
I didn't even see that. Didn't even see that.
Now is where something pretty wild happens. The knight goes to the d5 square, which is actually already, as you can see in the top above me, the best move in the position. You know, the knight goes forward. We have a trade.
I guess I have to focus. Focus up. I can move this here. He'll just attack this here, and I can just move this out the way. I can't do anything. Or I can move this here. He would have to move this out the way. Because he can't take this, because then he would be in check here. Did I... I didn't see this coming. Did not see this coming. Stop. Stop. Okay. Nope.
The knight takes in the middle of the board, which is actually very tricky. The point is that if you take the knight, then there is this, right? And then you lose your queen, but white here has a counter, and the mini lesson here is don't leave your king in the center of the board. This is more a lesson for Wolfie as a 1300. Don't leave your king in the center of the board and then open up the position, because after queen a4 check, black just loses, because black is either going to lose the bishop or the
I
knight
just
for
made
free.
a few bad decisions that I'm just like, I don't want to play the game anymore. Pope is a conservative with some asterisks, an American for Chicago of all things. Yeah, we talked about it. Woke Pope. Woke Pope. The Pope is woke. No, sorry, not woke. Sorry. Unwoke Pope. Anti-woke Pope is the Pope. Honestly, I can't bring myself to understand this chess drama and stuff. He cheated. Wasn't good. People on chess didn't like it. That's the conclusion. Not much to say. And I'm freaking tired. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to hit you with the anyways. Anyways, I'm going to go get food. Oh, God. Oh, geez. Oh, why the apology was kind of eh. Yeah, Ludwig does have a video. Well, Ludwig has a video, technically. That I saw.
Did you see the chess drama?
It's
Yeah,
20 minutes long.
I don't want to talk about the chess drama real quick. I'm lost. Okay, so let me catch you up to speed. You've probably heard of the chess tournament PogChamps. I competed in it in like 2020, and I got second place to Charlie. But what you might know it more popularly from is when Moist Critical beat XQC in 6 moves. It's genuinely one of the most viewed chess games of
this is pretty funny.
All time. It is a 2-minute chess game where he hits him with the Scholar's Mate and pops off in one of the most beautiful ways of all time.
Please don't. And it's too soon. It's too soon, Hikaru. We didn't even reach a climax.
I can't fucking believe it. He just lost. Yes! 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 Yes!
And PogChamps has been going on for a while, right? You might have not been tuning in, but they're on their 6th iteration. I've competed in quite a few of them. I was actually supposed to compete in the most recent one, the one that's currently ongoing, PogChamps 6, but I had to back out because I had some other sponsor obligations and travel obligations that basically made me unable to participate. And it's still going pretty strong. Like, for example, Tyler 1 competed in PogChamps 5, and just from competing in PogChamps 5 and getting made fun of for being bad at chess, went from, I guess, like 600 or maybe 400 elo to 2000 elo. Basically climbed the equivalent of iron to diamond in chess. And so anyway, they're doing the 6th iteration. Dr. Lupo is in it, and he's in a pool alongside Wolf Glick. All right, we know Wolf, friend of the stream, Wolf. And
I don't know Wolf.
Against Wolf Glick, pulls off a bit of a miracle upset, because Wolf is a 1300 rated player, right? So there's 2 groups, Group A, Group B. Top 3 go to a championship bracket, bottom 3 go to a loser's bracket. Wolf lost to Lupo, and Wolf is 1300 rated, Dr. Lupo's 600 rated, which is pretty crazy. This is quite a big upset. But it's not just that he beat him necessarily. The fashion in which he beat him was also quite dramatic. It was down a queen in the first 8 moves, and he was able to make like a miraculous comeback, right? And end up winning the game. It's like making a Smash Bros comeback, being down 2 stocks to 4, or maybe even more accurately 1 stock to 3, and the guy you're playing against goes to tournaments and you've never been to a tournament. It would just be like so insane. But the cool thing about chess is it's really easy to cheat in the game of chess. It's so awesomely easy to cheat in the game of chess because your phone is better than Magnus Carlsen. Just straight up. It is so much better than Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen would admit that. So all you need to do is put the moves in that your opponent is making and then look at what the phone wants to do and then do that. That's all you have to do. But here's also the really cool thing. Because cheating is so prevalent, anti-cheating technology has gotten really good. Now, the way anti-technology cheating works is different than like Valorant. They're not stopping cheating preemptively.
And a freaking sandwich.
Group A, Group B. Top 3 go to a championship bracket. Bottom 3 go to a loser's bracket. Wolf lost to Lupo. And Wolf is 1,300 rated. Dr. Lupo is 600 rated, which is pretty crazy. This is quite a big upset.
I don't understand why you cheated like in this way. Okay, I guess kind of what Gotham Chess was saying. Like, beginners don't know how obvious it is to pros when they cheat, right? It's kind of like you're too stupid at the game to know how to effectively cheat. And some of the best cheaters are good enough to know how to hide that they're cheating. You know what I mean? That sort of thing.
But it's not just that he beat him necessarily. The fashion in which he beat him was also quite dramatic. It was down a queen in the first 8 moves, and he was able to make like a miraculous comeback, right? And end up winning the game. It's like making a Smash Bros comeback.
Also, I would respect Dr. Lupo if he used the butt plug. I'm gonna be real. I'll say it. I would have respect Dr. Lupo. I would be on his side if he actually used the vibrating butt plug thing. That would be full circle. Holy valid strat, yeah.
Being down 2 stocks to 4, or maybe even more accurately, 1 stock to 3, and the guy you're playing against goes to tournaments and you've never been to a tournament. It would just be like so insane. But the cool thing about chess is it's really easy to cheat in the game of chess. It's so awesomely easy to cheat in the game of chess because your phone is better than Magnus Carlsen. Just straight up. It is so much better than Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen would admit that. So all you need to do is put the moves in that your opponent is making.
They think if I reach out to Celsius, they'll sponsor me and they'll send me a fridge that I can put behind me right there, filled with like drinks. I was gonna say Coke, but it can't be Coke. Coke's BDS. What about Pepsi? Do you like Celsius? Not particularly. It's fine. I like sodas. Sodas are very good.
And then look at what the phone wants to do. And then do that. That's all you have to do. But here's also the really cool thing. Because cheating is so prevalent, anti-cheating technology has gotten really good. Now, the way anti-technology cheating works is different than like Valorant. They're not stopping cheating preemptively by going onto your computer and seeing if you've accessed any sites to cheat. What they're doing is judging the accuracy of moves and how well you're playing. And basically, everyone who plays chess is playing in a certain level of variance, right? The best you can play and the worst you can play has like a few hundred points of variance.
What is
but
BDS
over
list? BDS is the boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, created by the Palestinian boycott, divestment, and sanctions national committee that basically highlights companies that are complicit in the genocide in Palestine, so that those companies limit the complicity and force Israel to stop committing a genocide, essentially.
Few moves, you could play far outside that variance. And if they detect that, they'll give you like a fair play violation. Basically, they have determined based off analysis of your moves that you're playing far out, not only outside of your skill level, but outside maybe the skill level of humans, and that you are cheating. Now, this might sound like wishy-washy science. I think some non-chess heads are like, dude, what if he just played well and got lucky? Doesn't happen.
Wait, really? Like, people actually think that? That's so stupid. Like, no, it's like very obviously, clearly not the case. But there are like, okay, it would be like, there is a test with like 1,000 answer for every question. And like, there's only one 100% correct answer. There's like 3 95% correct answers. There's like 10 80% correct answers. And the rest just kind of suck. And you select the 100% answer out of the 1,000 different answers every single time for every single question for the entire test. Right? And they can calculate that you probably, for the most part, are cheating. Because even the people who've gotten the study guide will get an answer wrong every now and then, right? They may do 100% and then they may do an 85% answer, right? And they may strategically do a 50% answer right? To set up their opponent to do a 75% answer so they can then answer back again with a 95% answer and get the leg up, right? So even the top chess players are not going to pick the best possible move in every instance if they're going for a different thing. Because chess is also as much of a mind game as a actual, game, right? Because if humans just study to pick the best answer in every situation, you're going to be playing against basically a big conversation about not outmaneuvering other opponents, right? But instead, just who can memorize the best possible use case, which is most of chess actually. Now I think about it. Didn't the best chess player whine that his opponent was cheating? Well, maybe he did. We don't know. Butt plugs and all that.
It doesn't happen. Like playing computer moves or best moves is such a rare occurrence. Because you have to think, they have solved, 5 moves of chess? There's some stat that within the first 5 moves, they've mapped out every position you could be in. And then when you get to move 6, computers can't track it anymore. Sorry, 7 pieces have been solved. Oh, is it that last 7 pieces? Basically, after a certain amount of moves, you reach such a high potential number of potential lines that could be taken that there's an infinite number of moves. Within 10 moves, you're playing oftentimes like a game that's never been played before. And because there's all these lines.
To be fair, you could calculate that with quantum computing. You cannot do it with traditional computation, but with quantum computing, you could calculate the specific or every specific chess iteration ever to exist. But we don't exist in a world where we have that level of computing.
Lines, if you start picking the best move, like the literal single best move you can do multiple times in a row, it's guaranteed you're cheating. So after the game, the chess world.
What if I'm really good though?
Blew up. Like a bunch of really prestigious chess players came out, like Andrew Tang, who's one of the best bullet players in the world, and started calling out Lupo for cheating, just based off their knowledge of chess and their understanding of
what if chess.com hit me with a rank reset like Marvel Rivals style, and so I may be ranked 400, sure, but have you considered the fact that I'm only ranked 400 because they just knocked me down a peg? Because I wanted a little bit of a challenge, starting from 0, prestige,
Lupo is even capable of doing. Andrew Tang, not Tate. Although Andrew Tate is pretty good at chess, he might also be able to call it, okay? He might have been able to call that. Dude, I'm not lying. It was every single chess GM who commented on it was unanimous that it was obvious he was cheating. And even in private conversations with GMs, they told me the same thing. They told me the same exact thing, yes, it is obvious he's cheating. And so after the fair play violation, Lupo tweeted out. He said, regarding chess.com PogChamps tournament, had a ton of fun playing, but decided to drop out of the event. Interesting. Decided to drop out to help maintain competitive integrity for those involved, as well as attorney organizers. Having the main stream up on my left monitor over the course of the day to watch other games being played led to me getting move information I shouldn't have had for a game. That's on me and no one else. That's my fuck up. I apologize. You'd think I know better, but here we are. And here's the issue. Normally, you would just lay this to rest. He cheated. He admitted to cheating. You move on.
So he tried to lie about the way he cheated in order to make himself look less bad. Bro, just say you use Stockfish. That's fine. The best of us do that. The best of us open up Stockfish on the second monitor and just see what's just a little, just a little peek. You know what I mean? Little peek. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? What is Stockfish? No, Stockfish. I forgot. Chat. Y'all are unaware. You're not chess prodigies like I am. Stockfish is a chess engine, right? A very popular, I think the most popular chess engine. A chess engine is essentially a computer which is specifically trained to figure out chess. It's an AI that is trained specifically to figure out chess. It's not technically an AI, but it's a chess engine. It's a type of computer program.
But that was also a lie. Because what he said is that he cheated in one game. It's not true. He cheated in both games against Wolf Glick. Minor nitpick. Could be a grammatical error. He also, almost assuredly, did not cheat in the way that he claims he cheated. He claims that he had the game open, like the stream open, and was reading the stream chat. But part of what you're able to do when you look through somebody's game is judge how quickly they are making their moves. And the time it was taking him to make his moves, a lot of the time when he's making the best move was quicker even than Twitch chat would be able to input this. Not only that, but Twitch chat also just wasn't saying this. If you ever watch a PogChamp streams, the chat isn't just spamming out the book best move. That doesn't happen usually. What people do is they might write a notation for a possibly good move, but they're actually just being active participants watching. And it certainly isn't 26 moves in a row. You might have heard this stat that Lupo played the best move 26 times in a row.
Okay, so what if he's just really good? What about the 400 bot? I got a draw, but I still have a queen and the bishop, and the bot has nothing. Kind of that happened. That means you're bad, and I'm not bad, chat, because I didn't lose to the bot. The tab just closed itself, and it was a shame that happened. So
26 times in a row, there wasn't someone in chat typing chess notation going knight e10, bishop f4. That wasn't happening. It just, there was no, and there's no chat.
Knight e10 is kind of funny.
Going knight e10.
To be fair, that is something Twitch chat would do. Twitch chat would say knight e10.
Bishop f4, that wasn't happening. It just, there was no, and there's no chat. You can't find chats of that happening because it didn't happen. And I'm also willing to bet, and this is no shade, Lupo can't even read chess notation that quickly. If it says KXF4, that motherfucker is having a little bit of a think, okay? And that's
to be fair, chess notation for the uninitiated, and by uninitiated, I mean me, it makes no sense at first glance, right? Makes no sense at first glance. Why are there X's there? And so you realize, oh, X means take, right? It's just knight takes, whatever piece is on the next thing. Isn't quantum computing only for O root n improvements? I don't think it's for actually O of 1 and O of n functions. You know what? I think you're correct, chatter. Just because you sound like a nerd, and I'll just take your word for it.
Not me trashing him as a man. That's just me judging him as a 600 level player because I'm a 1300 level peak player and I can't do it that quickly. That's just what it is. I decided I would ask because he tweeted this out, and I'm talking to Hess. I'm talking to a chess GM about this, and he's like, yeah, he for sure cheated. Yeah, it for sure wasn't chat. And so I say, streets are saying it was an engine. Are the streets keeping it 99? And he said, nah. Anal beads, joke. Also, believe me or not, I played what I played. Pulled from chat, though. Couldn't stop looking, which, as I said, I know better. So he's basically making an argument that, yes, he was reading chat, chat was giving engine-level moves, and he was executing those engine-level moves. I want to just go through one of the games here. Now, I'm by no means a chess pro, so, my analysis is not going to be top-notch here.
It's just... yeah.
But this game starts out, you have Wolf, who's playing the black side, and Lupo, who's playing the white side. Pretty horrendous.
Hey, why Lupo's on the white side? Suspicious enough for me. Suspicious enough for me.
For Lupo, after he makes this blunder here. He's in a very winning position, but he makes a blunder where he captures this knight with his knight, which blunders his queen, and then Wolf gets his queen. You're in a very bad spot being down a queen, right? But then
yeah, who would do that? Who would do that? I didn't just do that to a bot that was 400.
He starts making, and this is the 26 move streak, just the most godlike moves you've ever seen. Bishop's threatening the knight. He plays, this is probably the craziest individual move, pawn to b4, which is just sacrificing his pawn because, he's not going to grab this because it would just trade out. This is a free +1 piece. And the reason you do that, I talked to Hess about this, is to do a rook lift. Rook lift, basically the idea of getting rook past your line of pawns, getting it here. So you're sacrificing this to do a unfettered rook lift, which he does, to get his rook into play. This is an insane play. This is an insane move to make. And if you watched Lupo's stream of him before admitting to cheating, he tries to come up for a reason why he made this move, but he couldn't conjure the idea of a rook lift because he doesn't know what a damn rook lift is, because he's not a 600 level player, or excuse me, a 1600 level player, or a 2600 level player at that matter. He's just better than you, little bro. He very well could be, but he's not better than Wolf, I don't believe. In his explanation, he just kind of glazed over it. He just kind of glazed over why he decided to sack his pawn, not super understanding the move because it's a very high level concept. I think the moves that most people hone in on are the moves from move 27 to 31. Okay, so right here, he has a lot of pieces in action, right? He's got two bishops, his knight is rook. His knight is under threat, and he makes a good move to move it here. Now his bishop is under threat and would have to like escape back here or something. But instead of doing that, does a counter threat onto his opponent's rook. So he leaves his bishop under threat, but a rook's more valuable than a bishop. So Wolf has to respond and makes a blunder. And then he finds, knight protects bishop. It can attack this queen. And then Wolf makes a big mistake. Moves his queen back one, thinking his queen was safe here. He misread the board. This bishop is actually...
Don't you hate when that happens? Don't you hate when that happens? I do hate when that happens. Man, it happens to the best of us. And by the best of us, I mean me. By best, I mean I suck.
Attacking the square. So what is the next natural thing to do here? If you are white, you take the queen.
What do you mean by that? What does he mean by that?
It is an awesome trade. You get a queen in exchange for a single bishop. It's an amazing trade. That's not what he does. Instead, he pulls back his knight for a check onto the king, which doesn't instantly lead to anything, by the way. It's not like this is checkmate. He just pulls back for a check on the king. The king moves here and then still doesn't capture. The queen is left. Another turn goes for a rook check on the king. The king has to pull back. Then he captures the queen while the king is trapped in the corner, and then finds a beautiful mate in 4. Finds a beautiful mate in 4 where he checks with the bishop. He uses the rook, which is double attacking his opponent's rook to capture it. And then boom, because his rook blocks the king in, pulls back, is able to checkmate there. Crazy good moves to make a comeback from -4 to beating a player double his rank. And what was kind of annoying,
why are you as white taking the black queen? This is what Ludwig doesn't understand. Ludwig is looking at this board, and he sees chess. What I see is an ally. Dr. Lupo, right, does not want to take a black queen. And I respect it. Ludwig is like, why are you not taking the black queen? Take the black queen. Dr. Lupo was like, no. No, I refuse. He's an ally. Ludwig wouldn't understand this. He wouldn't get it. He wouldn't get it. Would not get it. Dr. Lupo just did not want to take the black queen. Nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say.
Another turn goes for a rook. Crazy good moves to make a comeback from -4 to beating a player double his rank. And what was kind of annoying for me is when I watched this clip. This is right after the tournament.
You cheated against the Wolf guy, okay? I got another guy on YouTube as well saying I cheated. Probably this, who called Lupo a cheater? Probably Wolfie's chat.
That is what made me so mad. Is people came in.
I got another guy.
This clip. This is right after the tournament.
You cheated against the Wolf guy, okay? I got another guy on YouTube as well saying I cheated. Probably this, who called Lupo a cheater? Probably Wolfie's chat.
That is what made.
Wait, that's crazy. That's crazy. Bro actually did cheat. He's like, bro, who's calling you a cheater, bro? Probably that guy I cheated against. Honestly, his chat, probably Wolf's chat. How big is Wolfie as a streamer?
Made me so mad is people came into his chat, started accusing him of cheating. Now, based off the messages, I think these people are just.
I have Blue Sky. I don't use it though, because nobody's there. It's like being in it's like going from the club that everybody's at right? Even though it sucks and the drinks are overpriced and expensive and the music is just too loud, to the club across the street that nobody's at, and it's like a, and then the people that are there are just only talking about how, like, you know, how they're not the other club, you know? But the vibe is chill. The vibe's all right. Right? The vibe's all right. But like, the only thing that people at that bar or that club talk about is how they're not the other place. And you're like, cool. But like, you know, there gotta be something to offer here except just not being the other place. And they're like, I'm so glad we're not the other place, guys. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? That's how I feel about Blue Sky. No offense to people on Blue Sky, by the way. Like, I'm saying this in love. Right? So I'm saying this with full love. I hope one day that the bar starts popping. Who are you offending is crazy. On streams, not Pokemon. Oh, wait, is this Wolfie VGC? Is it VGC? FGC? The Pokemon guy. TGC. No, it is VGC. I was right. Okay, no, I know this guy. I know who he is. He's so nice though. Okay, I'm anti Dr. Lupo. I am anti Dr. Lupo. He's so nice. This guy's so chill. And he's like coming at this
biggest official
this regular Pokemon guy. He didn't do anything, bro. Leave him alone. All right, I'm not on Dr. Lupo's side.
I got another guy on YouTube as well saying I cheated. By this, who called Lupo cheater? Probably Wolfie's chat.
That is what made me so mad, is people came into his chat, started accusing him of cheating. Now, based off the messages, I think these people are just chess fans. Maybe they understand that he's cheating based off their own knowledge. Maybe they've heard a creator they like who's good at chess say that he cheated and they're parroting it. Or maybe they just are a fan of drama and they're parroting it. But there's people going, hey, you cheated against that Wolf guy. And Lupo's gut reaction here is that's Wolf's chat.
Probably Wolfie's chat.
And like, if you know,
like, you cheated. You cheated, bro. You cheated. That's so crazy. He did cheat. He did cheat. And he's like, oh, bro, probably that Wolfie's guy's chat. He's just mad that he lost against me. My eyes freaking hurt.
No, Wolfie. If you know Wolf Glick, it's just like just not in 100,000 years would Wolf have even said something negative about his opponent. And I'm willing to bet he still hasn't said something negative, even knowing that he was cheated in that game. Nor would he like try to activate his chat to attack someone if he knew he cheated. Like I'm sure.
I'm telling you that from what I understand from Wolfie VGC. Let's see what videos I've seen from him. I've seen a few videos. I think I saw this video with Jaden Animations. Maybe this one, Jaden Animations. He's just a chill guy. He's a chill guy who loves Pokemon. Like Dr. Lupo is so in the wrong. He's so in the wrong.
Wolf was like, damn, I got cooked, stressed, on to the next game. I'm sure that's what Wolf did. So it kind of sucked to see that, for him to start accusing Wolf's chat of like causing
also, but if you cheated, just be like, nah, it's probably not the guy I cheated against, honestly. It's not Wolf's chat. It's just like random haters, you know? It's fine. Leave Wolf alone. Like, why would you not just be the honorable guy? You cheated. Why don't you be like, yeah, no, nah. They're just haters. They just don't worry about them. They're trolls. They don't really believe it. You're like, no. The guy I cheated against, it's his fault. Just bad vibes. It's bad vibes. Also, what the flip happened with Twitch? Not Twitch. Sorry, Twitter. Why does it do this?
1,400 players who signed up for this tournament, who entered this tournament, the biggest official Pokemon tournament of all time. 1,400 players trained their Pokemon, traveled to London, practiced with a friend, worked on their team. 1,400 people showed up to this tournament, hoping and dreaming to win the entire thing. But it wasn't enough!
Your 2025 European International Champion, Wolf Click Pokemon Trainers.
Wolfie Click is your 2016 World Champion.
There were
W.
Drama. It's just such a lack of understanding of Wolf as a person.
Hey, Chess Kryptonite on the YouTube.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? You can't escape this. You can't hide from it. You can't hide from it. Wait, did it show up? No, it doesn't show up here, but it did show up here. You can't escape. We saw it.
1,400 players who signed up for this tournament, who entered this tournament, the biggest official
Oh wait,
Pokemon
already saw
tournament
this.
of all.
Okay, sorry about this.
Side. Listen, man, if you want, you can watch back through. Here, I can even hit the button for you. This is what my monitors look like, dude. I'm sorry that I beat your boy.
Oh, he's so disrespectful. For what? He's so disrespectful for what? He cheated. He did cheat. That's so gross. That's so gross, bro. I would respect him so much if he just cheated and he was just like, yeah, I know, you know, I did my best and I just happened to pull out on top. I just happened to pull out on top. Good games though. Everyone didn't want to take the Black Queen, but Kate would have taken the White Knight or White King. True. You said it was crazy though. That is too many monitors. I have two monitors, chat. That one and that one. I don't need one up here. You can't even see that.
And like obviously this guy isn't a Wolf Glick fan. His name's like Chess fucking Kryptonite. He's not watching Pokemon content. He's a 2150 rated player. He probably watched Tyler One punch his face into a monitor grinding chess, and then he watches PogChamps tournaments because he likes chess. He's just someone who's calling out what he understands because of his higher level of knowledge of the game. That's it. It's not like this bro
smack and trying to say I don't know what happened. I should have done better as an apology. Weak apology declined. Yeah. Let's not forget this guy uses a mouse and keyboard on console. I'm still mad about that because I did it too. That's our games. I did not know. It did not work as well for me. Wait, he uses a mouse and keyboard on console?
Bro isn't like, dude, I fucking love when Wolf played the Incineroar. What a fucking spin-off. What a mix-up. That's not what, it doesn't happen. It's not what's happening here.
I'm not great at chess. I had a really good couple games.
But what is sick about chess is you can't have a couple of really good games. At least not that really good. It is like as obvious. He's spitting, yes you can. Slime thing of the 50 months. You can't. You can't have games that are that good. You can have good games, but good for your skill level. You can't have book perfect games. And that's kind of an awesome thing about chess because it's
Lubbock just doesn't know me. That's the answer. He just don't know me. You don't know me. Speak for yourself. I'm just that good.
It's so statistically impossible. It's as obvious to good players as somebody playing CS2 or Valorant and like snapping to headshot angles, clicking the Guardian once, blowing up somebody's skull, and then like, you know, walking away clunkily. It's like as obvious.
You have an engine up on the other screen spitting out the best moves. Those take forever to do stuff though. We're on a time limit.
No, they don't take forever to do. I think he knows they don't take forever to do. Your phone can do it instantaneously. It's quite quick. Now to calculate like between what might be the first or second best move, yes, sometimes it does take a little bit to load, but just for what would be like a top 3 or 4 move, it's pretty fucking instant. So anyway, that was yesterday, and so he, you know, comes clean but doesn't super come clean. Then he went live this morning. I watched his whole stream before he went live to play normal games. So he went live today, which was, I thought, pretty bold. He went live and he talked about it, and he had this.
It is pretty bold, but like when you think about viewers, you know.
to say.
I betrayed the trust of the chess community. I betrayed the trust of my chat. I lied directly to Wolf, and so if for some reason you see this, I'm sorry. I got caught in a fight or flight moment and panicked and doubled down. The reason I'm saying this stuff is not because I'm like, I don't want sympathy. I don't need that. Actually, if anything, I told mods to not censor anything in chats today because it's the
video?
only. I mean, I deserve it. I do.
And then chat spot. Yeah, I love coding adventures. Coding adventures would have been everything to me when I was in school for computer architecture, engineering. But I found it a little bit later after I graduated. But I've seen all of these videos, all of them, every single one. Okay, maybe not these ones. They're these old, but like as of like 5 years ago. From like. From this one. Hydraulic erosion. Everything that followed it. I need more videos though. Come on, Sebastian.
I absolutely deserve it. I fucked up. I fucked up and hurt people that were probably...
I don't know. I don't know. It just keeps showing up on my homepage. I don't know. Oh, it's Vsauce. Jeez Louise. Also, stop. YouTube, just stop changing things.
Pretty excited to have a big creator in their space. At least used to be big. I've loved chess for a really long time. Played when I was in middle school and high school, and I am appalled and embarrassed. It's funny too because I'm the Tarkov guy that's always very anti-cheater, right? And then of course it's the person that's so loud and vocal about it that turns around and ends up doing it.
Now he had what I thought was a pretty poignant statement here, right? Like, because most people who are excited about this drama don't care about chess, right? And most of you guys, frankly, are like dog shit at chess. You couldn't care less. You probably.
Excuse me, you don't know me. You don't know my life.
Couldn't name more than 5 chess players, you know, who are
Hikaru, Gotham Chess, Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann, Dr. Lupo. Try me better.
Active for the most part, like 95% of people here and 95% of people probably who are aware of this chess cheating drama. It's more like flavor of the day, exciting to rag on this guy who did something fucking stupid and make fun of him. But what I thought was cool was understanding why he
exactly
did it, like why he cheated. But he basically talks about how he doesn't know if he's cut out.
Cold Bullet, he makes it understandable to someone like me who doesn't know shit. I liked Cold Bullet back in the day. Problem with Cold Bullet is he's very much in like the AI train type beat, which makes sense. He's a freaking computer science nerd. But he's a bit too into the AI side. But I'm just like, it kind of gets a little bit annoying. In some of his more recent videos, his older videos were very good, but now his more recent stuff is just like slightly into the AI drivel more than I would like to engage with.
Out to be a streamer because he has such a high insensitive ego that if he feels like his ego is being hurt in some way, he rushes quickly to defend it. And he brought up like an example. Yeah, he basically admitted to having a high level of fragility. And there was like a moment where a friend of his like roasted him for looking tired and he fucking yelled at the guy. And I guess in this moment, his fragile ego was like losing to somebody in a game that a lot of people equate to intelligence, and if you lose, like, you're fucking dumb or something, and basically not being able to handle either the made up.
People need to be more okay with just being seen as dumb, right? You don't have to prove yourself or your intelligence to, especially people on the internet. There's no reason to. There's no reason to. People see you as dumb. People don't value your opinions. That's fine. That's okay. Who cares? Who cares? Literally just a game. Yeah. I think this is a problem with just people in general, not just Dr. Lupo in this situation, is that the people just don't, people care too much about what other people think about them. It's like masculinity, right? The same way girls act dumb, guys have to act smart all the time. No, it's deeper than toxic masculinity. Like that's a part of it, but like the need to like search for approval from like society is like it's not a thing that's specific to like the masculine perspective, right? That's a normal human concept. You know? Like you want to be seen as useful or valuable or smart or intelligent. You want to be seen as accepted, right? Or you have some level of external validation, as PK Pokemon is saying. And so that's normal. But like I think some people just need to work on that. You know? They need to work on that within themselves. It's okay if people don't think you're smart, especially if you're an entertainer, right? And some people are just so worried about like appearing smart because they have a view of how they are guided by how people view them. When people's chat say, "Oh, you're so smart," they're like, "Yeah, I think thanks, chat," and they that feeds into them. When the chat doesn't feel they're smart, they don't feel that they're smart. Like, okay, have you guys seen the Thunderbolts movie? Is it good? It's very good. Right? The movie Summit, I think you're wrong. I think the movie is probably the best that Marvel has put out in a long time. To be fair, that's not the highest bar to clear. not the highest bar to clear. But no, it was very good. Then it's kind of me, multiple moviegoer. I love the themes it deals with and how it deals with them. Yeah. I will say the post-credit scenes just spoils like another Marvel movie that's coming out soon. Like just straight up spoils it. I won't say what the spoiler is, but it just straight up just spoils the ending of that movie. I'm just like, why would you do that? It made no sense to me. I was like the origin of a certain character, even though it's very different from the comics. I like that. I like them from the film more than the comics. It's like, yeah, I was so mad I just sat there and watched Parasocial and ruin that movie. Yeah, like to be fair, like we okay. The general like consensus from fans knows that that's probably how it's gonna go, right? But like, I didn't need that confirmation. Let me just experience the movie. And I get one thing I've been consistent about is I hate spoilers. I hate spoilers. Y'all knew that the post-credit thing was gonna happen anyway. To be honest, it was just a little unnecessary. It wasn't necessary. I can't stand spoilers. I want to experience something completely fresh. Right? I don't like watching many trailers for things. Like sometimes I will. Like I watched the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer. Right? But I watched the first trailer for the Thunderbolts and nothing else. And I'm so glad that I didn't. However, I will say, you need to watch Black Widow. I don't think you need to watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier to know or to watch Thunderbolts, but you need to watch Black Widow. Right, nothing in the movie would make sense if you didn't. That's what I will say. You're gonna be very confused. Very confused. I have blocked people for spoiling things I already knew about for other people because I didn't want that kind of energy around me, period. True. I didn't want to see John Walker. Fair. Like, Widow's emotional themes really got me as much as I thought a lot of the movie's plot was kind of meh. Yeah. I will say I avoided Black Widow until, like, yesterday before going to the movies because I thought it sucked. I was told it sucked. It was a pretty good movie, actually. It's a pretty good movie. Because I already suffered through Black Widow. Black Widow wasn't bad. I heard it was hot garbage. I also heard it was hot garbage. But no, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. I think for the time it came out, I could understand why people didn't like it. Right? Because it's like it came out after Endgame about a character that we already know died. And so I can see why people didn't care much about it. But I like visiting it and watching it for the first time years after Endgame had already happened. Spoilers. Come on. That was 6 years ago. I didn't like Black Widow more the second time. If I'm being real. Post-transition, it hit different. Yeah. It wasn't horrible. I had some fun moments. Yeah. It wasn't great. Right? It wasn't great. But it wasn't like... It was good. I liked it. The Marvels was a touch watch, though. 100%. The Marvels was pretty bad. Like... I think Black Widow did what the Marvels tried to do, just significantly better in every way. As like a feminist women empowerment movie, Black Widow clears the Marvels. As a movie that focused on women superheroes, Black Widow clears. The Marvels was just significantly worse. Significantly worse. It was bad. It wasn't good. The pacing was bad, and the pacing wasn't even good in Black Widow, right? And I will say, this is still an issue that Marvel had in the Thunderbolts. The pacing was still pretty bad, especially at the beginning. There'll be a time where like they have a very cool sequence going, and then it cuts to something totally unrelated for way longer than it should go, and then it cuts to a different scene, and things just gotta happen, as opposed to being structured like a story. You know what I mean? It's kind of rough.
Up comments or the comments that he accurately predicts will come when a negative outcome arises. Now, obviously, it doesn't excuse cheating, but I think it's cool to understand like the emotion that went into cheating in the first place. Yeah, fragility, ego, and like some sensitivity there. Yeah, some insecurity, really. This guy's almost 40. Yeah, but like, you know, and that's like an interesting comment to make because like those are issues that I think persists in people's lives until they die. Like, you know, sure, some people do grow out of it, but it's not like a exclusively childlike emotion. Insecurity is not childlike, it is human-like, you know? So he's a human who's, it seems like, dealing with pretty intense insecurity and fighting it rather than accepting it by trying not to end up in positions where he could have his ego hurt, as opposed to like maybe leaning into it or whatever. So I think that's personally interesting. Like Dr. Lupo, I think in a lot of people's minds is like one of two things, right? If you know Dr. Lupo, you either think of him as a guy who used to be Ninja's friend who played Fortnite, or maybe you are a viewer of Lupo and you like Tarkov, or maybe you know him as St. Jude's charity guy who raises millions of dollars every year. Like that is kind of how most...
I actually don't know him really at all, if I'm being entirely real.
People think of him. You probably don't think about him too much past that if you're not an active viewer. So it's like, it's a pretty big shot. That you got like, bro, you got dumbasses like Doxxing. Like Doxxing, brother, he couldn't tell you how the night moves. Who are coming in trying to find out what he did through a somewhat accurate, somewhat half-assed basketball reference. And then he's just going to forever have an opinion of Dr. Lupo based off of that kind of half-assed analogy until they all die. Like that's gonna...
Yeah, where he looked at Denham's litigation.
will be the case. And many other people will be in that same boat as Doxxing. So, you know, I'm not minimizing it. It's a massive fuck up, and we'll punish him in the future just based on people's opinions of him. Me, I personally don't throw out the baby with the bathwater because I think if you do fuck up, or maybe even when you do fuck up, like, I think the accountability is the good part.
I fucked up.
Now, he did piecemeal it. That's the biggest issue. If he did it all at once, he'd be better. He did piecemeal it, right? So, like, he had a half-assed lying apology where he didn't fully admit to it. Then he had an admission of why he did it. And then just now, just finally, just at the end of his stream, he actually admitted to it.
I cheated and then lied about it, and paying the price, man.
Now, he hasn't fully said if he used an engine.
Come on. That's not enough. You can't just, like, do, like, half-step apologies and then, like, be like, yep, I lied about it and I cheated. No, you have to come out and say, yeah, so during the PogGems tournament, I opened up a chess engine and I was using the chess book moves to get an advantage. I'm sorry to Wolfie, my opponent. I'm sorry to the PogChamps chess tournament for disrespecting its rules and regulations. And I will move to do better in the future. If you think about defending me and don't defend me, I actually did this and it's entirely my fault and I'm sorry. That's what you have to say. That's an apology, right? You can't just say, yep, I cheated. Whoops, oopsie daisies.
Specifically, you know, at least he's saying he cheated. I don't know if he used an engine, by the way. I don't know if he used an engine. I don't know if he used an extension. I don't know if he had somebody message him the moves by putting it into a game. I don't know if he had a second game on a second monitor where he input the moves himself. Oh, did he actually say it directly?
It sucks that I fucked up. I deserve 100% of what people are saying. Using an engine to fix my own fragility is fucking pathetic.
Okay, so yeah, he finally did. You know, it takes about 24 hours.
I mean, I think cheating is not great. Like, if it's not that deep, then he wouldn't have cheated, though, no? You know what I mean?
But he finally admits to using the engine to legitimately cheating in basically how he got to that position. So, you know, I think most people don't cheat. But I think if you look at the group of people who do cheat, most don't take accountability how he is at least taking accountability, even if it was piecemeal.
The bar's so low.
Like, it took a little bit to get there. So I think it's at least a positive step there. And not to get him off the hook, because maybe, like, if this is a different game, if this isn't chess,
his apology, it's not that bad, but it's forgivable. No, the apology is pretty bad because it's like he half apologized but didn't take accountability for it, and then he half apologized again, and then only at the very end he was like, "Yep, not great. You know, I cheated."
One sub to him, Jim 3. They have given 183 gift subs in
Is
the
President
channel.
Another doctor that cheated has hit the tower. True. Man, if you have doctor in your name as a streamer, then kind of cooked.
If it isn't so obvious to GMs that he's cheating,
in terms of an apology being like, my B is probably enough. Sure, if he said that, but he was lying about how he cheated in the first place. You have to at least be truthful. I agree with you, just saying, yeah, I used an engine, shouldn't have done it, my bad. That would have been enough for me. The issue is that he lied originally. He lied about how he cheated in the first place, and that's not accountability, right? You feel me? That's the only issue. Is that, like, if he was like, yeah, I cheated using a chess engine, he gave me moves, I put the moves in their thing, you know, my bad, I shouldn't have done it. I'd be like, yeah, you know, sure, yeah, no, he's chill. He apologized, he's stupid for doing it, and he's moves on. But him being like, yeah, I had the main stream open on my second monitor, and the chat was spamming moves in the main stream, and I just copied those moves, and I just did those moves, and that's what happened. Well, that was just like a lie, like, you know, it's a bit silly. And he shouldn't have done that. If he just owned up at the beginning, normally, nobody would have cared. Right? So let this be a lesson in the future that if you get called out for something, just, you know, own up to it and apologize off rip, and it'll come off better than you just trying to, like, finagle your way and push things out and do, you know what I mean? That's my point.
IMs or even like, you know, just higher rated players as a whole, and he got away with it, maybe he'd never admit it, right? That's always the thing with cheating is like, would you have ever admitted it if you didn't get caught? And very few people do. In fact, if we're being honest, I'm probably one of the only ones. If you think about it, I'm probably the only motherfucker who cheated, got away with it, and then still told you guys. So XQC coming at my neck saying, reminder that Ludwig cheated Among Us. Brother, I'm the only one coming clean these days. I would argue because I cheated, I proved myself to be one of the most honest people around.
Wait, how did Ludwig cheat in Among Us? Now I need to know. He watched streams? Really? That's so funny.
No, I don't.
Man, I miss offline TV. Remember when that was still a thing, chat?
Really don't like it when people cheat. Like if I ever found out that someone in my Among Us lobby cheated,
I used to cheat.
In what? School? Yeah, sure.
Among Us.
No.
Dude, for content a couple times, I had my chat in emote only.
Is this a scoop?
I've never told Chad this.
Whoa.
What? For juicy content, I would sometimes look at chat, they'd be emote only, and I could kind of see who they were like emoting.
Yeah.
Because it would always be narcs.
Right.
And then I would guide content that way.
When I heard Ludwig cheated, I was actually okay with it because he did it during proximity chat, and let's be honest, proximity chat is kind of a meme. But he did that thing that I knew people did, which is to put it on emote mode and saying leading questions. Like, oh, I think it might be this person. And then they look at their emotes only. And obviously there are emotes that says yes or no. And they just do it for like everyone to kinda guess who it is.
W.
But I swear on God, even the people I play with a lot in Among Us have done that.
Like admitting to cheating does not prove that you're being honest. It just means that you admitted to doing a bad thing that you got away with. I think Ludwig is memeing here. I don't think it's a serious thing that he cheated in Among Us lobbies. We're being entirely real. Remember when Among Us was a thing, chat? That was fun. Maybe if I was a streamer back then, I would have been a part of the lobbies. Probably not. Now all the people who are here are doing other things. You can play it together. No. Not just being in general, the original argument Love to make was dog shit. I mean, yeah, he's not being serious. He's literally he's a streamer. He's streaming. He's stream memeing. But like, yeah, you're not wrong. Like admitting to cheating does not make you more reliable. It's like screen peeking in the old days where you were playing multi-screen games. It just happens. Trying to AOC lobby would have been goated. I agree. It's still a thing just with smaller streamers now or the chilled chaos crew. Yeah, but nobody cares about smaller streamers. Let's be real. I missed when like everybody was like invested, you know? Now it's like, all right, on to the game of the week. Among Us lasted like freaking like a year. It was a solid like year and a half, 2 years. Right? 2 years where it was like, oh, Among Us was the thing. GTA lasted too. Yeah, but GTA was inherently gate kept, you know? GTA RP was a bit different because even with Among Us, you had the big streamers playing it and the small streamers playing it. Right? But like GTA RP, like you could only get in if you were like the biggest streamers. And for everyone, one of your Andes had the biggest. Or one of your Andes to the biggest. Exactly. I can't read. Was it COVID buff? Yeah. You had to know someone to be vouched for to get into the main GTA RP? Yeah. Like that was unfortunate, but you know. Among Us was just like, it kind of brought everyone together. Now, streaming space is fractured. And everybody's trying to get politics banned off the platform. LOL. Only Ludwig doesn't cheat on his cutie, and even then his time in Japan with Michael had questionable moments. That's crazy. They call it tip to tip, so you know, do with that information what you will. Do with that information what you will. Um. I think that's it though, because I do have to go to a meeting, and bro, my eyes freaking hurt. I've been in front of this camera too long. Ugh. Maybe I'll do a game or something. Who knows? Who knows? Not an American priest, yeah. Well, apparently he hates JD Vance and Trump, which is like, that's kind of nice. One league match. I have a meeting in 15 minutes. League matches last longer than 15 minutes, unfortunately. But he also apparently has homophobic statements from 2012. But hey, what are we gonna do? We're gonna cancel the new pope for statements in 2012. He was a neurodivergent minor. Okay. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. For instance, with the F slur, he was gays. Let this guy have a chance. Retweeted SJ James Martin. I don't know who that is. SJ James Martin. Is this guy woke? Well, he's followed by some people that I like. That guy's a little bit woke. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Give it time. Only time will tell. Well, I want to remind you, even Pope Francis had a little bit of his iffy and shaky moments, but he turned it around at the end of his life. Right? Before JD Vance killed him. So if the new Pope hates JD Vance, maybe he'll live a little bit longer this time. Just don't touch the Antichrist and you're chilling. We're cooling. That's my take. Maybe he can turn out to be a woke Pope, but he's American, so I don't have the highest hopes. But yeah. That's it, chat. I have to go.